University, Dean, School of Commerce, to welcome our guests.
Professor Sabita Mohanty, Associate Dean, Career Advisory Services. My colleague, Professor Bijay Bhatt, Faculty Coordinator for CAS, Career Advisory Services. Our esteemed speakers, my faculty colleagues, the CAS team, entire CAS team, and my dear students. Today is an auspicious day, Teachers' Day. I wish Happy Teachers' Day to everyone. I say this to everyone. I said to each one of you because you are also a teacher. I always say I also learn from my students. The kind of questions they ask, the kind of inputs they share, because many of you are also having the expert knowledge. Sometimes I tell in executive programs, I don't remember exactly, our esteemed guest, Ms. Dia, she was a ex-PGP student. Maybe I have taught her. I tell sometimes that I learn from the executive students a lot because the kind of experience they have, sometimes we don't have because we teach in the classroom and they work in the field. They work in the organizations, business entities. So if you come here, I'll be sitting in your place. So at some point in time, we also learn from one another. So everyone is a teacher. At the same time, we are also organizing this FinXpo 3. The topic is quite interesting and apt to the current moment. Finance has always been the backbone of every organization. Without finance, nothing moves. Without finance, everything will come to a standstill. You all will agree with me. Because everything revolves around that rupee sign. But today, what we see in the finance world has undergone sea changes. What we have seen in the past decades, what we have understood as finance has undergone sea changes because of technological advancements, because of new theories, because of innovative ideas. And technology is something which will keep on changing. In today's world, you will all agree with me that technology changes every minute. And without technology, we cannot think of running a business. We cannot think of taking a class even. We are talking about AI maybe 200 times a day. Recently, I purchased a washing machine. The salesman is telling, sir, this is AI is inbuilt. I said, tell me, what is AI in this? Sometimes AI is also misused. This is my personal view. I may be wrong. I'm not a tech guy. But yes, AI has brought a revolution, and AI will do so. Maybe something else will come up in the coming years. So with AI, we are empowered. AI is helping managers to take fast decisions, maybe future-ready decisions, which would not have been possible without the technology. We never thought that we'll be using UPI. What you showed in the video, it talks about UPI, Paytm. When I was a student in my college days, when I saw the advertisement of this ATM machines, I was wondering, what is this? And that's the story behind this ATM. Long back, when it was started, I think in the UK it started first, way back in the 70s. They're tech-savvy people, and when people started using this machine, they did not like the idea. They said it lacks human touch Because when they go to a bank, they talk to the manager and spend some time there, maybe over a cup of tea, and they do the transaction. But today, in the fast changing world, nobody has the time. Without this ATM machine, you cannot think of what hardly we all hardly go to banks nowadays unless something is required, some signature is required, or the bank officials have called you for some work. So technology will be there, technology should be there. Technology is not a disruptor. Technology is an enabler. Today, the role of finance manager had changed. Today, the finance manager is just not a number cruncher. He doesn't look at the balance sheet alone. He has to see what is the purpose of this business, or what was the purpose with which we made the investment. Have we achieved that? And we are using technology in more than one ways. Not only AI, fintech companies have brought a revolution. And all this is happening because of the innovation, the innovative ideas that the young leaders like you have. We never thought of using a mobile phone. Now, mobile phone is our lifeline. This is innovation, this is technology. And without technology, we cannot live. But at the same time, what is the impact of this technological revolution? When, as finance manager, when you use technology for faster decision making or maybe to take the business forward, we all aim at growth. What is that growth? You also have put that word growth here. Growth for whom? Growth for the business entity alone? Growth for the manager? Or growth for the nation? Or growth for the society? Growth for the environment? As business managers, we cannot ignore the society. We have to take into consideration the ESG guidelines. Today, managers, business managers, finance managers are taking them into consideration and cannot ignore those guidelines. And if we do, it will create havoc. It has already done that. It has already started. We have to see, as business managers, as finance managers, we have to see the need and aspirations of the future generation. So when we do business, when we invest, it should give us return, no doubt about that. But at the same time, the growth has to be inclusive. We have to take everybody along with us. And finance, instead of promoting equality, sometimes promote inequality. We have to take care of that. As future budding finance managers, you will ensure that you're talking about synergy. What is synergy? When I talk about synergy in my classes, I talk about incremental cash flows. That incremental cash flows, maybe in terms of money, but when we talk about synergy, strategic decisions, strategic synergies, all this, your finance, your technology, when they are integrated together, I think growth will automatically happen and synergy will be achieved. But without that, without technology, we cannot think of a moment. We cannot run the business. In this fast changing world, the rapid pace at which the technology is changing, we have to adapt, we have to embrace technology. But at the same time, we have to see at what cost. Can we go back to the profit and loss account and financial statements and see the value of a company? Sometimes we don't, because the financial statements, when I teach accounting. So when I teach accounting, I say, do you see the value of a company? You say that the profit, this much is the profit. Profit is an absolute number. But can you estimate the value of a company? For that, we have to apply the business models. You finance students know better. So without the financial models, without the models, applying the models, you cannot determine the worth of a business. If I say 10 1,000 rupees is the value of a business, how did I arrive at that figure? Do I see that 10,000 rupees in the financial statement, in the balance sheet? No. So there are limitations of the financial statements. We are also the standards, the so-called accounting standards and IFRS, Ind AS and IFRS are also addressing those issues. So as finance managers, we measure value, but gone are those days. Instead of measuring value, we have to create value. Are we doing that? If not, then let us reimagine the finance world. This finance world is on a threshold of massive transformation. The revolution has already started, and it will continue to happen. With the finance managers like you, I think the nation will grow and prosper. And today's discussion, our esteemed speakers are there. I must congratulate all of you. I must sincerely thank from the bottom of my heart that you all have found time for us, found time for our students. Please guide them. And I'm sure we'll have an insightful discussion today. And we all will learn from this discussion so that the finance will save the world. How it saves, it is in your hand. The decisions that you are taking will save the finance world. We have certain tools in our hand, but at the same time, we must know how to apply them. Careless application will lead to disaster. Careful application will lead to growth and sustainability. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now, I would like to invite Professor Savita Mohanty, Associate Dean, Cultural Advisory Services, to share a few words.
Good morning, our esteemed guests, my faculty colleagues, and a happy Teachers' Day to everyone. And like Professor Mohanty said, to all of you also, our CAS team, and of course, our dear students. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to FinXpo 3.0, hosted by the School of Commerce, MMSBF course of the XIM University. This year, we are diving into strategic synergies, scaling finance, technology, and growth. And we are privileged to have you here. Thank you. In today's world, finance and technology must work together. It is no longer a choice, but a necessity for businesses to succeed, where the integration of finance and technology is fundamental. This conclave is a celebration of this vital connection, where we will explore how strategy and innovation can fuel exceptional growth. FinXpo is more than just an event. It is a dynamic platform for action. We bring together students, industry leaders, entrepreneurs to do more than just talk. We are here to exchange innovative ideas, explore new opportunities, and actively build the future for finance and technology. Through our interactive sessions, we aim to bridge the gap between theory and the real-world scenario. Today, we honor the spirit of collaboration, the wisdom of foresight, and the courage to embrace what is next. The insights and connections you make here are your tools to think bigger, innovative, and more rapidly, and grow stronger than ever before. Let us embark on this journey together with passion and curiosity, unlimited in its commitment to excellence. May FinXpo 3.0 mark a pivotal step in developing the leaders of tomorrow, and may we all leave this place transformed, inspired, and empowered. Thank you very much. All the very best, and God bless.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Now, I would like to invite all the dignitaries, speakers, and faculty members to join us for high tea. Students are allowed for a break of 10 minutes till then. Kindly be back within 10 minutes. Thank you. Ma'am, you have 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
Junior batch roll calls. क्या हुआ मैंने? Roll 1, 2, roll 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 30, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. बोल दिया. 59 किसका?
रोल नंबर 59.
राइटिंग देखिए मैंने ना जल्दी में लिखा है तेरी हाथ में लिखा है मैंने ये पढ़ के पाओगे क्या दिख रहा है ये तो पढ़
Senior batch attendance, roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 40, 41, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 61, 62, 63.
On the stage board. On stage board is ready, ready. On stage of the play. To the stage. To the stage. Now Vishnu.
No problem. Yes, already.
You don't want me to use the. I don't want to. So जब vote है ना, इस vote को मैं please repeat. Whenever you start.
Okay. This one. Right.
Yeah, this one. अरे सेम
Now, we shall begin the first session for today's discussion. I would like to invite Professor Ankit Biswal, School of Commerce, to moderate the first session by introducing our first guest speaker, Ms. Diya Sen Gupta. I would also like to invite Ankit sir to felicitate Diya ma'am with the bouquet.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, faculty members, and dear students. It's my pleasure to extend a warm and heartful welcome to all of you to the annual Business Conclave, FinXpo 3.0, organized by MMFBA students of School of Commerce, XIM University. This conclave provides a unique platform to bring together bright minds, industry leaders, and academicians to exchange ideas, insights, and experiences. Now, let me begin with a simple thought. Imagine a company with brilliant financial strategies but no technology to scale. On the other way, or a tech company driven from an innovative solution but no financial planning to sustain growth. Individually, each can achieve success, but together, when finance and technology work in synergy, they create exponential impact, unlocking growth, innovation, and opportunities that were previously unimaginable. This is precisely what our conclave aims to explore today. Under the theme Strategic Synergies, Scaling Finance, Technology, and Growth, in today's fast paced business world, success belongs to those who can combine visionary strategies, technological innovations, and financial insight to scale sustainability and create lasting value. Now, in 2025, the fintech ecosystem is experiencing rapid evolution categorized by several key developments. For example, embedded finance, where non-financial, institutions are providing financial services. For example, Amazon Pay Later, Again, AI and ML are being used to detect frauds. Blockchain and finance is being used to make secure payments. Regulatory technology like the income tax authority is using AI to find out the income of the assessees. Again, also in our area, the academics and research, I mean, we are using softwares like Python, Stata, etc., which have actually made our research easier and also opened new opportunities and explore new challenges in the area of research. So these advancements are driving both individuals and organizational growth, creating new opportunities across the financial landscape. So before we begin, allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am Professor Ankit Biswal, Assistant Professor at School of Commerce, XIM University, and I will be delighted to moderating today's session and facilitating this exchange of ideas between our esteemed speakers and all of you. We are privileged to have with us a panel of distinguished speakers who have navigated the intersection of finance, technology, and growth with remarkable success. This journey reflects not only professional excellence but also resilience, adaptability, and visionary thinking. They will share their experiences, insights, and practical takeaways, lessons that we can all learn from and apply in our own professional journeys. I encourage everyone to actively engage, reflect, and learn as we embark on this session. Let us make the most of the opportunity to hear from those who have successfully leveraged strategic synergies to drive innovation and growth. With that, let us begin and invite our first speaker. We invite our first speaker, Ms. Diya Sengupta, who is the market lead at ESG at Accenture. At Accenture and involved in ESG measurement analytics and performance appraisals and performance ESG measurement analytics and performance. I'm sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite our first speaker. Thank you, Ms. Sengupta, for joining us. Ms. Sengupta at Accenture is driving sustainable business practices across key regions, including various South Asian countries. Previously, as India co-lead for ESG at Accenture, she built robust ESG measurement and analytics capabilities, helping clients navigate complex regulations and create impactful ESG solutions. So, Ms. Sengupta, given your extensive experience in the field, we would like to hear from you. What have been the most memorable challenges and lessons from your journey in the field, and how have they shaped your approach to driving sustainable impact? So, over to you, ma'am.
यही तो है
Change it. Can you see the font on the screen? Can you see the font on the screen? Is it visible? I think we have to dim the light a little bit there because I really want all of you to focus on some of the words in this quote. So till you read that, a little correction to my bio. Probably I'll introduce myself a little bit because that will give you an idea of how different or how life can change in ways in which we have never imagined, right? So I never imagined that I would one day work in sustainability. So my journey started with sustainability back in 2011-12, and that was also kind of a surprising moment. I never planned it. I was in finance before that. 2011 until 2024 December, I was in sustainability. I was here in 2023 as a keynote speaker for the School of Sustainability. And now I'm here to address the School of Commerce. So you can imagine how my career has changed, right? So that's something all of you should also keep in mind, that don't just focus on one discipline. I mean, you have a core discipline, but in the end of the day, with the way the world is changing, it's always important to, imbibe multiple disciplines. And the quote here, if you focus on it, it talks about just that, different combinations of linguistic, personal, logical, mathematical, even spiritual intelligences, right? That is something which we often forget. And in the age of AI, when machine dominates everything, sometimes these are the intelligences which will really help you stand out and sustain your job in the future. With that, thank you for inviting me, and happy Teachers' Day to all the professors here. Professor P.K. Mohanty was my professor back in 2009-10, and now I'm still your student here. I don't think I'm talking as an expert, but let's delve into some of the more specifics of what I'll probably speak about today. So back in 2024, so I work in Accenture, as I mentioned earlier. I lead their risk and compliance solution advisory team, wherein we work with the Fortune 500 companies globally to understand their financial challenges and how can we incorporate the latest in technology, the latest in functional knowledge for them to help come out of their problems. And the problems could be manifold. The problems could be immediate, could be medium term, could be long term, could be a really short term. So it all depends on the size of the business. Now the subject for this study that we did, it's called Reinvention in an Era of Perma Crisis. Now, how many of you in the audience know what is the meaning of perma crisis? You can just coin the first and the second part of the word and probably identify. Even if you know somehow, just raise your hand. Have you heard of it before? I see a hand there. Great. More hands. So perma crisis essentially is a crisis which is permanent in nature, right? So it could be a geopolitical crisis, it could be a ecological crisis, like for example, what we are seeing in North India right now, the rain, the flooding. So probably it could also become a permanent crisis in the future, at least in India, when we have unobserved construction, when there is so much corruption happening when it comes to cutting the mountains, planting, cutting all the trees, and as a result of which we have these construction happening. So that is the perma crisis era. In this era, how do you reinvent yourself, right? So that was the study which Accenture did last year. The study was conducted with 1,400 companies globally with a revenue of over $1 billion across 16 countries and 14 industries. So you can imagine the scale and the breadth of the study. So whatever Professor Mohanty was speaking about earlier, value creation, right? Sustainability, finance. Imagine a day in the past when the finance was all about payroll, accounting, everything. You never imagined that human resource or sustainability could be a part of finance. But the way the world has changed, even sustainability is a part of the core finance team right now. So as we'll see when we progress throughout the presentation. So how do we operate in an era of perma crisis when there is ecological crisis, geopolitical crisis, the way North America is going right now, we all know, right? Even Europe is heading that way. So how do companies operate in this kind of environment and how do they create value? Sorry, I have a bad throat. So in an era when we have disruptions, right? We spoke about Gen AI kind of disrupting the entire value chain, right? So how do we create or how do we reinvent? How do CFOs reinvent? Now this study is focused on CFOs because CFOs hold the purse strings of the company. Even if you are a part of a sustainability team or the HR team, until the CFO releases the funds, you won't really be able to incorporate anything at all, right? So we focus on the CFOs, but it doesn't mean that it's only the CFO. It's the CFO's entire organization. So the entire finance team, how are they reinventing themselves in an era of perma crisis? And how do they chart their way forward, right? So there's a greater pressure on the CFOs. As our study unearthed, the CFOs are under tremendous pressure to perform. Their bonuses, their salaries, everything is tied to how they're performing. I think a lot of them have a very minimal base pay. Most of their salary is tied to equity, and which means how is the company performing. So you can imagine the immense pressure which is on these CFOs. Now, according to Accenture's CFO forward study, which we did last year, 54% of CFOs now are about to lead 2 or more transformation initiatives. Now, these transformation initiatives are on the back of rapidly developing GenAI. Even as I speak, Accenture is working on probably 10 to 12 kinds of GenAI tools, which can change the way we even imagine, anything at all, right? So that's within that environment, the CFOs are trying to prosper and work. Today, more and more CEOs are turning to the CFOs. So imagine earlier on, the CEO would kind of be like the head of the company, right? The CFO was considered to be a lesser known or lesser impactful person. It's now the other way around. Now the CEOs are also turning to the CFOs because any kind of activity that they want to achieve in the firm first needs to go through the CFO's office. Among all these C-suite peers, so C-suite essentially are the group of people who are at the board of directors, maybe, right, or the directorial level. They all are uniquely positioned to helm strategic enterprise-wide change programs, which means that the CFO essentially is like the dean of a college, right? So they decide how and where the money is going to be spent. They collaborate with all the individual functional heads within the firm, and then they take decisions. That alone should make you proud of the fact that you are studying a program which helps you understand the core of finance, right? And that will also help you in your career ahead. Now, what are the CFOs doing? The CFOs are trying to unlock value, right? Now, value creation is something we spoke about earlier today, this morning, when Professor Mohanty mentioned how do they create value. Unless you create value, nothing is going to change, right? So we'll find out later how is the value creation happening. In the study that we did, we found out that 86% of the respondents, which is out of 1,400 companies, 86% of them believe that transformation programs need to be completed much faster because the way the technology is changing, you cannot have a 5-year plan to implement a change, right? It has to be done within 6 months or even less than that if possible. In the era of disruption, with disruption in terms of, I think technology is the biggest disruptor right now in every field of work. So that's the biggest threat. So how are these CFOs facing these challenges under the umbrella of this big threat? So the CFOs are leading reinvention. They have to turn the disruption into an opportunity. I think a lot of my startup friends in this panel here will agree that they are the biggest threats to the large organizations, because a startup, if they want to change anything at scale, they don't have to wait for 1 year, 2 years, right? They probably can do it in 3 months. So startups are the biggest disruptors to tech companies like Accenture, which is something even this study has revealed. So all of you here, if you get a chance to work in a startup, please do not hesitate. I think that will be your biggest learner. After that, you can always go to a bigger company. But these days, it doesn't matter how big or smaller company is. Everybody is a disruptor here. Now, the study also revealed that the shifting consumer preferences, competitors, cost of capital is also a big disruptor, right? I think one of the biggest point. So this study was done in 2024 before we had Trump come to power. So probably I think geopolitical disruption would also have been mentioned here. But now we see that in addition to generative AI and technology, even political disruptions can actually break an economy, as we are seeing what's happening with India right now with the tariff war, what we are seeing happening with Europe with the lack of steady supply of natural gas from Ukraine. So these political crises cannot be ignored. So technology, political crises are the biggest disruptors. And within this environment, the CFOs need to prosper and find a way to create value. There is also some, I think we'll also talk a bit about generative AI a little bit. We'll talk about responsible AI, but the idea is here to find a value which is scalable, right? So a value creation cannot be just said, we'll create value in 2030, by 2030. No, that's not possible anymore. Even when I'm working on a client project or a client solution, every day the client's needs are changing. So what was in the original scope of work 3 months ago doesn't exist anymore. So they have changed. The plans can change on the fly. So that's how disruptive technology is, and that's how we need to create value. So what are the 4 biggest disruptors which are common to all business functions? Now, these business functions could be HR, could be finance, could be sustainability, could be anything, industry, consulting, even for academic institutions. So the biggest disruptor, so these are the 4 which came out from our study which we did last year. So the first one is technology advancement. So here we found out that a strong digital core is necessary to unleash the transformative power of generative AI, cloud-based enterprise resource planning, modernization. Now, how many of you know or understand or read about digital core? Do you know what a digital core means? Even if you go by the literature meaning of the 2 words. I see the same hand who was there for the first question also. That's great. Can you stand up and say what you mean by digital core? Anything is fine. And I'm also going to ask a lot of you questions, so please be prepared. Right? That's the teacher who will be taking over now.
Hello, thank you for joining us today. My name is Sagnik. I'm in the first year of our batch, and my question and my understanding of core, sorry,
Digital core.
digital core would be a company's proprietary software or a company's proprietary data or sources of data, or even like a list of consumer data, so you can use the aggregate information to generate a report or some kind of a strategy using their own proprietary internal AI system that is not accessible outside to the public.
Thank you so much. To an extent, it's correct. So digital core essentially, like for human beings, our heart is our core, right? That's how we know we are alive when the heart is beating. For a company, the digital core is essentially anything that helps them run their business, generate reports, talk to clients, make money. So the core has to always be very solid. So for every organization, even in the firm that I'm working right now, I mean, we are a technology company, right? So we are into consulting, but essentially we are a tech company. So our digital core, what we imagined was 5 years ago, is not really the same right now, because with generative AI, even the digital core is changing leaps and bounds, probably, every quarter. So the digital core is something which can be a disruptor to any business organization, right? Shifting consumer preference, we are all privy to that. Consumer preference has shifted dramatically in the last 5 years, 2 years, 1 year, probably monthly also, right? So consumer preferences can have a big impact on the company's profitability, scalability, and growth. And the CFOs need to understand how shifting consumer preferences will affect their revenue streams. So imagine a CFO having a steady kind of an income channel in the last year probably, and that was disrupted by a startup because they found a different way to provide that solution. Now that that income stream is not there for this company, how do they kind of balance that inequality or the inequity? So CFOs are straddled with so many problems. Digital core, obviously, we understand, and consumer preferences. Competitors. Competition is increasing, right? Everybody is trying to stay relevant. Every organization, no matter what your revenue is or which industry you are in, everybody is struggling. So in the midst of all this, how many of you know about sovereign wealth funds? Anybody? If you know what sovereign means, anyone? So government, right? So government, so we have this sovereign wealth funds. Now sovereign wealth funds are also looking to diversify. Probably India had a sovereign gold fund wherein we could, use that to trade in with other countries, or probably invest in a program or a policy which has a bigger, probably has a much more a larger revenue stream in the future. So there are so many competitions which are currently there. Our traditional knowledge of a disruptor is changing, right? So that is what the learning from this thing is. Increasing cost of capital. Now, this is something we all know. Cost of capital for a business is different from what we as common people probably experience every day. So for a business, if the cost of capital is increasing like that, imagine a traditional balance sheet is not something which an organization, a CFO can focus on anymore, because they also need to find out how can they fund themselves, whether there is only one traditional bank who will give them the loan, or do they have to resort to VC funding if it's a small organization. So these kind of questions are always on the mind of a CFO. So these four are the main disruptors: technology, as we said, shifting consumer preference, new competition, and increasing cost of capital. So remember these four disruptions, and these have been shared by 1,400 organizations globally with a market cap of more than $1 billion. So that was the premise of the study. If anybody has any questions here, I'm happy to pause for a second and take a question, or then we'll move on to the next part. Anyone? Or if you want to challenge me, that's also fine. You have a question? Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you again. Question to you would be, in these rapidly changing times, is there any value in maintaining consistency or some kind of familiarity or even identity with the company, and making sure that if you change too much, you're not changing beyond the scope of what your consumer is able to absorb?
That's a great question, and I think the answer to that is everybody should have a personal identity, a personal brand. Imagine if, let's say, I'm taking the example of Dabur toothpaste. So there was an advertisement in yesterday's Times of India which said, "For Indians, made by Indians," right? So now imagine a white person in Europe or North America using the Dabur red Dant Manjan, and how would that change the identity of Dabur, right? So the identity of Dabur is it's an Indian brand. It's made of ingredients, and it's also being marketed as such. So to answer your question, yes, we cannot change so much that our essential or our core is kind of questioned. But everybody's experimenting. Now, if the experiment fails or not fails, it all depends on the outcome. But yes, we should have a core image that we cannot change a lot. Thank you for your question. Anyone else? Yes. You can also speak up if you have the... And even my other panelists, if you want to answer this question, please feel free to write. I mean, you might have a different point of view.
Good morning. My name is Prakhar Sathe. I'm from the first year of MSBF batch 25-27. I just want to ask that you talked about the changing or shift in consumer preferences. How does that impact the role of a CFO in decision making?
Great question. So a change in consumer preference will obviously impact the company's revenue. So if a customer suddenly decides to switch from one kind of a product to another, which the company is not making, not producing, so then that revenue stream lost for that organization, right? So changing consumer preference, it's a broad term, but it can happen in smaller ways, as small as shifting brand loyalty as well. So if you don't want to purchase a kind of, let's say this drinking water. So this is a Tata Copper bottle which I got from a hotel yesterday. If I suddenly decide that I don't want to support Tata anymore, I just want to buy from some other brand, then my loyalty is shifting. And imagine this loyalty shifting happening in a large scale. So that is a consumer preference change, right? Which is why it's so important to have a brand. As you mentioned, the core of the brand is important. The more you shift, the more you are removing the basis of your loyal base. So that's my answer. Let's move ahead. So in this section, we're going to talk about the transformation, ambition, and value creation, right? Again, we talked about CFOs having an ambition to create value. So we'll focus a bit on what are these values that a CFO wants to create, and how do their transformation ambitions enable this value creation, right? This is again a part of the study that we did last year. So here, if you see the pie chart on the left, right? So out of the study, so we had we had spoken to 1,420 CFOs, and out of that, the vast majority, I'm not sure if you can see the pie chart towards the bottom. It shows 74% of moderate level CFOs looking to set, I think there's a spelling error there, looking to set best in class performance goals as their benchmarks. 15% of low level CFOs with incremental improvement ambitions, which means they are sitting on the fence. They are not very sure where the money will come from, how will they innovate. But the most impactful and the most ambitious are those CFOs, the 11% at the top of the pie, who feel that CFOs are looking to set a new level of performance in their industry. So these are the people who are the more ambitious of the lot. Probably they have a lot of money lying around. Their capital, their capital is very strong. Their debt to equity ratio is at an average, and they are not afraid. So many things can happen, right? So this was the outcome of the study. Now let's take a look at what does it mean. As CFOs look to manage growing levels of business transformation or disruption, they can also transform their functions and reinvent the organization. So not every negative news is a negative news if you can turn it around. So the CFO is kind of donning the hat of a strategic leader also, right? So they are also there to, that's why it's so important for a CFO to work with every business function within the organization, mostly the CEO, because the CEO as the executive officer has oversight of all the functions. Now, although the CFO is the person who releases the money or the funds, he or she cannot do it individually, right? So the constant consultation, constant discussion with the other functions, it is what keeps the CFO alive and doing well at his job. Now, again, as we discussed, a majority of research respondents from this 1,420, they are focused on the now and are setting best-in-class performance goals as their benchmark. Now, we know what a best-in-class performance goal is. So if they're working in a specific industry, they will have a specific set of benchmarking and goals. A small subset of leaders, 11%, the top of the pie that we saw, is more ambitious. As I was talking about ambitious versus moderately ambitious CFOs. So the ambitious CFOs are more focused. They are going all guns blazing, and then probably, we don't know, right, if they will succeed or not, but at least they are there. And the CFOs with a stronger reinvention ambitions are more focused on creating value. Even Accenture, we are going to be renamed as reinventors. So we have a branding change coming along, and reinvention is like, so that's the key word. Technology reinvention, every kind of reinvention. So while for a CFO, while creating value is challenging, they can also set themselves up for success if they have a clear focus on value. Now, we spoke about value. In the next slide, we'll focus on what are these values. So these are the more critical outcomes of the study that we did last year. Now, these are the values that you see. And if you see, can you see it clearly, the last row? Anyway, this PPT will be shared with you, so you can also look at it later. Essentially, I'll just read through the type of values that are expected from the CFO. It's everything. It's cost efficiency, operational, imperative, compliance and control, sustainability, resiliency, data, speed and agility, customer and talent experience and insight. Now, if you see even from my own experience, the way I shifted roles from sustainability to risk and compliance in finance, it again shows why that transition happened for me, because sustainability is also a part of the overall CFO's value creation journey, right? So even if you're in HR, even any function that you're in forms a part of the CFO's main umbrella, right? So if I look at, let's pick up some of the values here, not all of them. let's talk about sustainability. That's also my background. Sustainability goals and obligations, regulatory requirements. Now, if you have followed the regulatory trajectory of sustainability and ESG reporting, you would have seen that if you do not report on a certain metrics or a certain, let's say, a framework, you might be penalized. Now, that amount which you're going to pay to the regulator is going to be probably can run into millions or billions. There could be a lawsuit also. So sustainability, value creation, customer experience. You had that question, right? How do customers' changing needs affect a CFO? So as you can see, the CFO's value also depends on a customer experience and how they are consistent with that, with a specific brand. We talk about compliance and control. This is something which I'm doing in my current role in Accenture. I work in risk and compliance. So we look at what are the control mechanisms, what are the compliance objectives of the firm, whether or not has a company been audited for non-compliance, has there been a regulatory directive against them. So everything falls within the umbrella of a CFO's, whatever it is, his scope of work. So that is about value creation, and this I think is a very good outcome of the study that we did, because now exactly we know. So when I want to convince a CFO to spend more money on a sustainability initiative, at least I have this study as a reference point. They know that these are the words which are being spoken by the top of the top CFOs. I think I have only a couple of more slides to go. Probably, if anybody has a question here, or maybe we can keep it towards the end, right? Now that we have seen about CFOs' value creation, let's talk about how do these CFOs future-proof their business. Now they understand that these are the challenges. This is what I need to, maneuver. Now, how do I future-proof my business? This is the biggest question on their minds. According to a study that we did, there are 4 things that came out of the study. The first one is use a North Star strategy for value creation. The second one is move generative AI from the playground experimentation to the company's digital core. Now, emphasize on these couple of phrases here. Third one is accelerate reinvention with technology plus data plus people. People is always at the foreground. Number 4, use collaboration to unlock the multiplier effect of reinvention. Don't get bothered by these. So these are some consulting words which I'm using. I'm also learning them, so don't get so scared of these words. But the idea, to give you a basic idea, North Star, your North Star should be, we know what the North Star is, right? I hope all of you know what a North Star is. So North Star essentially is what is your final goal. So if your objective here is to get a placement at the end of your second year, that's your North Star for now, right? So the North Star will keep on changing based on whatever situation in life you are. Similarly, the same for a company also. Moving generative AI from the playground to the digital core. So if a company was just fiddling with GenAI tools, okay, let's say use GenAI, not use GenAI. I'm still safe. So that mindset needs to change. So any kind of financial transformation, the GenAI has to be taken seriously. It has to form your digital core, the heart of your company, right? So that's one of the outcomes. Third one is obviously people. No technology can prosper without people, which is why every skill that you learn, non-technical, technical, qualitative skills, your intelligences, everything is so important to create these, AI. When you create something on AI, the human interface or the human intelligence that you bring to the table is actually helping them become better and probably be more scalable. So don't ignore any of these talents that you have, right? Musical intelligence, even if you read a book or you're a good speaker, you're a good storyteller, all of them will help you develop a technology which is a mixture of data and people and technology. So this was the 4 value disruptions which came out from our study. I think now we talk about a few examples of what some of the CFOs have told us in their own words. So the CFO of the North Zone of Nestle in North America, What has he said? His name is Rui Barbas, the CFO of Zone North America's Nestle. He said, to mobilize an organization, you need to have a clear vision, a North Star of what you are trying to accomplish, and a platform of visibility and understanding across the whole organization. So, which is why if ever you join the world of consulting, the word North Star will come into your dreams as well. That's what we keep on hearing. What's your North Star? What's your North Star, right? So this is what the CFO of one of the entities of Nestle have told us. The second one, so the CFO of Lixil, this company in Japan, Sachio Matsumoto, what did they say? They said providing support to strategic decision making is an important role of the finance department. We need to reduce manual work and redeploy those resources to provide this support to top and senior management for strategic decisions. So these are real world quotes from them, right? So imagine now you know what they're thinking about generative AI as a reinvention enabler. I will probably skip this slide, but when you go through it, you can see what are some of the finance generative use cases. These are actually real life use cases, which you can probably read about more before you start your professional career. And there was another word, something that Professor Mohanty, you spoke earlier today about responsibility, about a human, human interference in Gen AI. I have a very important question to ask all of you. I think we're almost done there. Have any of you ever thought about responsible AI, or have any of you heard this phrase before? Responsible AI. You have, right? So responsible AI is anything which kind of makes an organization be accountable to its consumers, to its stakeholders, to the government, that they're not misusing AI in a way that is putting our personal information at risk. But this is a topic which is happening. It's pretty hot right now with Meta's AI policy, with ChatGPT's newer version of Gen AI, with so many organizations, right? So responsible AI is something which is a cornerstone of any AI, and even in the field of sustainability, responsible AI is both is an issue for the CFO as well as for the sustainability team, because the minute you have a data privacy or a data breach because of an irresponsible AI practice, then that means the company is being opened up now to penalties and fines and lawsuits, right? So imagine responsible AI is something which is very important, and I would really encourage all of you to read about responsible AI, because whenever you appear for interview for any organization, you should try and find your way to talk about responsible AI. It also shows how updated you are, with the current trends. So I think this is the third one of those 4 disruptors that we spoke about, technology and data. Now here I'm going to quote the CFO of the Coca-Cola company, John Murphy. He's the president and CFO. He said, technology is the great leveler in today's world, and it demands a more horizontal focus on how you do business. You need to have an end-to-end view of your business environment and then build your organization appropriately. It requires a more networked view of the world. Now, this is coming from the CFO of the Coca-Cola company. What are the barriers to developing value? We spoke about value creation by the CFO. We spoke about disruptors to creation of value. Now, what are the barriers to delivering value? Now, our study, this is the outcome that we got. The biggest one is lack of quality data. Data is dubious. Data quality cannot be trusted. Lack of technical and infrastructure technology, which means your digital core probably is somewhere not managed well. Lack of skills and necessary experience, which is why it's so important for us to focus on our core skill, but at the same time also imbibe some additional skills as well. The speed at which the environment is changing, geopolitical environment, ecological environment, everything is affecting. Insufficient availability of capital, cost of capital is very high. no value proposition to internal stakeholders. So internal stakeholders are the company's employees, right? So how am I growing? If I'm not growing, then why will I be so invested in the company's future? Lack of well-defined roadmap. So not having a, and this is what in consulting we do. We create a roadmap for the company. If they have a technology invention happening, we tell them within 3 months, this is what you will be able to do, 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, 2 years. So this roadmap is very important for them. And then weak mandate to engage in strategy. And again, when I say weak mandate, it's which means that the C-suite or the senior leadership is not very strong-minded. So they kind of lose focus down the way. So that also affects the companies to deliver and create value. Misalignment among stakeholders. Not every team talking to each other. Imagine if you are in a class and you are not understanding what the professor is saying, or he doesn't understand what you want to convey. So this misalignment can happen in an organization as well, and that is which disrupts the value creation. I see a lot of board faces down back, so probably I'll wrap up quickly. The last one is from the John Murphy, the CFO Coca-Cola company. He said the role of a CFO today is very demanding. To add the most value, our primary focus should be partnering with the CEO and leadership team to impact the quality of business. So with that, I end my presentation, and the last bit is how do we move forward? We move forward by maneuvering through tech-led disruption, bold ambition, being ambitious, being thinking out of the box, not being constrained to your immediate set of area, prioritizing value, breaking through the noise, decluttering. There is a lot of noise, right? How do you find the needle in the haystack? That is what the idea is. Again, people, technology are the differentiators. So this was the outcome of the study. And that's it. Question and answer, or to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your insights. Now the room is open for question and answers. You can ask a question to the guest by raising your hand.
Sorry, I bored all of you with such a long presentation. I also got carried away. Yes.
So good morning. My name is Sanchit and from MSBF first year. So my question to you is you talk about sustainability. It is very important in today's world, but it is like to be a fancy word. But if a client is not have enough resources, how you can advise him to go for a sustainable ESG goals, and how you can advise the CFO to comply with the SEGs when they have limited crunch of resources, how you can link with it with the risk overall risk of the company, and how it can reduce convince the shareholders conflict with it.
There's a lot of question in that one question. So I can only say one thing. I just give you the example of Europe right now. So sustainability is something which originally came from the heart. You wanted to be a good company, you wanted to be sustainable, you didn't want you to be one of those environmental disruptors. But down the line, as we saw, companies were not really toeing that line. It became more of a regulatory requirement. So in Europe, the regulatory requirement was the CSRD or CS-DDD, which regulations, kind of the company had to report on them, and reporting on them meant that they also had to do those activities in the back end. But now, after the change in presidency in North America, the way they kind of sidelined every possible ESG reporting, Europe has also gone that way. Now they have toned down CSRD reporting mandates, which means a company who originally showed that they're very good, they're very happy, they always want good for the world, are also now buckling down. So it all ends down to the political pressure. If there is a political pressure to report, a company will find the money to report. If not, then not. So it's a little philosophical answer, but this is what's happening right now in the world.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Again, that's a great, big question, which is why right now, if you see the European Parliament is at loggerheads with the individual European Union nations. So France is on top of the game. France, Belgium, they want to have strong sustainability reporting data, but Germany, which we originally thought was that big, big organization which will be doing the good for the entire world, is now buckling down. So it's all a power play, and all this has been done because of North America. That certain Mr. Trump, who is in power, he has changed the world dynamics on sustainability reporting.
Sometimes about the consumer, what kind of products that to sustain.
Everything what you said from top to bottom. Imagine an organization like Tata Power. I'm giving the example because Tata Power is also there in Orissa, right? They have a big business. Tata Power, they generate power from coal. Now, coal mining is not supposed to be the most sustainable business because you are cutting mines underground, overground. I mean, my father worked in Coal India, so I know the real environmental damages. So how are you ensuring that your business is sustainable in the long run, which means that you're not mining those lands which are heavily forested, which probably have a lot of biodiversity? Are you saving those? Then that becomes a sustainability, one of your goals. To the consumer, if I'm buying this bottle of water made by Tata, is it being recycled or not? Right? Or is it just going to the landfill? So from the production of electricity to the packaging of this water bottle, everything is sustainable. Even as a person, what am I doing, right? How much I travel by air to come to Bhubaneswar, right? But in Accenture, we have this policy where we can count your carbon footprint. If I'm taking the shortest route, if I prefer driving as compared to flying, because flying is more carbon intensive. So everything you can, if you see, there's a sustainability angle to it. And that's how companies can also reduce that footprint. There's a question there. I hope I'm not delaying the other talks, right?
Good morning, I'm Radhika from the first year. So you said that technology is one of the four disruptors currently going on. So we see that most of the strategy consulting companies are now are also entering into the technology consulting. So like, what are the is this one of the reason? And like, what are the market conditions, or what are the client requirements that are bringing this change of business?
That's a great question. So I work with Accenture, which is essentially a technology company. Although I was into sustainability consulting until last December, now I'm into risk and compliance consulting. But technology continues to be our core driver, right? So whatever consulting you do with the firm, it always comes with the technology. Let's say SAP, Oracle, for example, Workiva, for example. So if any of you ever want to join the world of consulting anytime in the future, Accenture or not any tech company, you need to have a core platform understanding. SAP, it could be Oracle, anything which can, because nothing is done by hand anymore, you understand, right? So everything is technology driven. So I would encourage all of you to pursue a course parallelly, free or paid, which has a digital, which has an ERP implementation kind of a learning, right? So please make sure that you don't forget that in for your career. So that's it. And yes, right. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, so if you go to I don't want to quote Accenture here because of privacy issues, but if you go to our website, you will see they have a section on responsible AI. But even internally, we are made to take these ethical, responsible AI exams, you can say, modules that we have to mandatory finish every month or every quarter, without which we will not be entitled to any increment or any bonus. So it's very important because we're working with clients, and clients' privacy is of most importance. So when we work on a client project, we are made to sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, which also includes technology and AI. So responsible AI is still growing. We don't have a standard regulation yet, people are talking about it, but probably, and I mean, next year or the year after, we should have a more, a stringent, responsible AI framework.
Good morning. So my question is, in semester 2, we have a subject of business sustainability taught by the SM Dean. And when we were going through the ESG part and where we are intimidated about the ratings that have been provided, also she quoted a very famous line that I sat with me, that ultimately, let it be Russell ratings or the ratings given by Morgan or anyone, these ratings are the ultimate products that companies are providing based on intense data that they have collected. So, in actual world, are these ratings that have been produced, are these in are these actually compassionate of the sustainability guidelines or the sustainability mindset that you have spoken just about? It came out of philosophy, of course, and also sustainability aspect. And of course, when we say that the finance in ESG and the relation between these ratings, how true is it in the real industry?
This is my favorite question because I have worked in ratings for 10 years of my career. Before I moved to consulting, I was working with Morgan Stanley ESG ratings. Then I worked for 1 year at ISS. It's a German company. So I have myself assigned ratings to, you can imagine in 10 years, how many companies I must have rated daily across sectors, consumer sector, banking, energy companies, everything. To be honest, the rating is directly proportional to the amount of reporting that a company is doing. If the company is transparent, then the ESG rating, a high rating, is good. If the company is greenwashing, there are so many ways to find if they're greenwashing. Greenwashing means they are kind of, not saying the truth. They are using many words and many phrases to say something so that you feel it's positive. So greenwashing is quite rampant in ESG reporting. But as a seasoned researcher like myself, who has spent 11 years in ESG reporting, I can easily identify if that sentence is gray or green or it's a mix, right? But there are investors who see a company's rating and then they invest. So even if they have greenwashed, which we try to call out in our research, if a rating is a triple A, so MSCI's rating is from triple A to triple C. Triple A, double A, triple B are the investable companies. Double B, B, and triple C are the non-investable ones. So there are all these equity companies in, let's say, Hong Kong, for example. They look at the ratings and then they tell their stakeholders if they should invest in the company or not. So it's a murky world. But in my 10 years working in ESG ratings, I always felt that it was quite, dependable and trustworthy. Thank you. Done. I think I have been asked to step down from the stage, but I'm here throughout the day. Please feel free to approach me and we can talk more. Always happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for an insightful session. I kindly request Professor Ankit Biswal, sir, to present our leader with the token of appreciation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Professor Ankit Biswal to introduce our next guest speaker, Mr. Siddhant sir. And facilitate him with a bouquet.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite our next speaker Today's session, Mr. Siddhant Garg, founder of the Corporate Stories and Personal Finance and Branding Strategist. To the stage, please give him a warm welcome, please. Thank you, Mr. Garg, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Siddhant has worked extensively in the finance industry with experience at Barclays and S&P Global. He is the founder of the Corporate Stories and has successfully built a strong presence as a personal finance and branding strategist, engaging and inspiring a social media community of over 400,000 peoples and followers. Siddhant's expertise spans personal finance, brand building, and content creation, enabling him to guide individuals and business in building strong financial foundations and impactful personal brands. So, Mr. Siddhant, as we explore today's theme of strategic synergy, scaling finance, technology, and growth, technology has played a huge role in empowering growth both at organizational and individual level. Now, could you share with us how individuals can leverage technology to scale their personal finances, enhance their personal brand, and accelerate professional growth? Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Please go.
So, hi everyone. So, before jumping into the session directly, so let me introduce myself. My name is Siddhankar, and I am accidentally a content creator. So, as I took a session yesterday itself, and so how my LinkedIn journey started and how it turned me a gold mine, because LinkedIn somehow it was like very helpful for me. So if I say my corporate journey, so also it started from LinkedIn itself, from Barclays to like fintech startups currently. So if I talk about my LinkedIn journey, as sir mentioned, personal brand to enhance, like how we can become a face that people see as a brand, because somewhere I read the quote like working in brands is a temporary, but creating your own personal brand is permanent, because it long lasting. Once you create your own brand, like your face, whether it's on like social media or maybe in a corporate career, like as Ms. Dia mentioned, like if you climb the corporate ladder to CFO or even CEO, so you have to like enhance your personal brand. And how you can build your personal brand, that you have to showcase your talent, your skills, your experience, and your like your experience that you have get so far, like maybe it kind of corporate experience, and it can be like experience can be anything, like your personal experience, that how you can convert those experience into stories, because people really want to know about others stories. They read stories and they relate that stories, like so if I tell myself, so I used to write a lot of stories about myself and on LinkedIn, and people actually relate those stories with themselves, like how I started my journey, how I joined Barclays, and so it was like story of little bit manifestation. So I would like to ask you, how many of you believe in manifestation? Okay, great. That's very good thing that your large audience believe in manifestation. So my journey of Barclays started from manifestation itself. So, like when I was in Jaipur Institute of Management, so my hostel like 3 kilometer far from my college campus, and so in between there was a office of Barclays in Noida Sector 62 Candor Space. So I started manifesting. Okay, one day I will sit in that office and I'll start my corporate career. So I started manifesting, and manifest is not just about ki you are just thinking on your mind ki okay, one day I will, but you start working on your things that reach to that goal. Like you build your, you upgrade your skills, you work on your studies, you work on your like types of projects that you that helps you to get that job. So I did all these things, but in 2019, like I was in like college, then 2020 came, COVID came, and like I was at my home, and manifestation stopped कि अब क्या होगा, like I am not able to see my dream company, like, because I was studying from home. But still I still manifesting Barclays, and at that time, like I sometimes I got rejected from many big brands like Deloitte, KPMG were coming in my campus, and as ma'am mentioned, like there are a lot of skills required now. There's like SAP, so that's skill was required, and I was not able to like not good enough in that skill, so that's why I got rejected from Deloitte itself. There is a role in Deloitte Risk Advisory, SAP implementation, so you need such skill for that role. So I was not like good enough in that skill, so I got rejected in Deloitte. But yeah, so my I was still manifesting, okay मुझे Barclays में ही जाना है. So after like 80% student got placed, and then I got an offer from Barclays itself. So that's how my journey started in corporate career. Like many of us start from very small startup companies, and then they reach to the like corporate big brands ki, okay, so that's my dream company. Maybe big four and big three can be a dream company. So my dream company I got in very first placement. Then somehow I switched into S&P Global after like very short time, like 1.5 years, due to some some other expectations. Okay, the role was not fine enough, so I switched into S&P Global. But I started, I keep writing on LinkedIn, I keep building my brand, personal brand, because and I started connecting with people on LinkedIn itself. So like lot of like employees working in very different companies. So I started ki, hi sir, this is Siddhant Garg, and I saw a job role in your company, and I think that is very helpful for me, and it is related to my skill set and the experience that I have acquired over the period of time in my college and the Barclays. So I think I am a right fit for this company. So I used to write those messages on LinkedIn, and sometimes like I get answers, replies, but sometimes not. So I used to do a lot of DMs at that time, and also I simultaneously I used to write a lot of content. So as I also mentioned yesterday, ki LinkedIn is very helpful. If you guys really start working on your personal brand, maybe LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is because it's like a lot of professionals are there, lot of employees are there. They keep like log into the LinkedIn, and they keep checking what kind of market is there, what job are coming. So as like our professor mentioned, like lot of AI implementation is there, and lot of AI tools are coming into picture: Chat GPT, Perplexity, Midjourney, Claude. So there are a lot of AI tools, and you have to learn those tools so that you can easily explain ki theek hai, you are good enough in that tool, AI tool, because your interview going to start soon, and of course interview will like they will ask you, recruiters will ask you, okay, you need this, how good enough you are in this particular tool. So you should work on those tools, you should work on personal brand. Like I worked on that. I started writing on LinkedIn with my like my finance content, whatever I have studied in MBA. I just used to write those things. Then I diversified my niche, and then lot connected with lot of people, industry guests, like-minded people, and I got lot of opportunity. Almost like I like all jobs got from LinkedIn itself. So that was my journey, that how LinkedIn helped me, that how you can build your personal brand, and it will really helpful for you, as I mentioned yesterday itself. So try to work on this, and definitely you will get a chance to get a good job in your dream company or brand. So now let's start with the question. So personal finance. Okay. So I asked yesterday itself, like I want to ask again, why personal finance is necessary in our life. So anyone can answer. you can raise your hand and why, what is personal finance and why it is important? So anyone can answer.
Good morning. My name is Khushi and I'm from the junior batch. So personal financing is important because as we are growing and as the world is changing, the inflation is happening and only getting the salary is not important. We have to prepare for a future. Nobody wants to work till they turn 70.
True.
They want to work till 40, 45 and they want to have a fund from where they can withdraw money and enjoy their life. So
Exactly.
that's why personal financing is
Yeah,
important.
correct. And like everyone wants to reach their fire amount. So anyone know what is fire? FIRE. So that's a term we usually use. Exactly. So this is a term that we usually implement in the personal finance journey. So the meaning of that particular term is to set a goal of get that particular, maybe it can be 3 CR, 5 CR, 10 CR, anything. Depends on your needs and wants, in which city you want to live, you want to experience your retirement, and what kind of expenses your, like it can be maybe you are living in a Gurgaon, so expenses are little bit higher, and if you are living in maybe remote area kind of, so expenses are very little. So it depends on your needs and wants. So based on that needs and wants, we set a fire amount, and so in how many years we can achieve that fire amount. So it shows that okay, so we have to start like how we can start with our personal finance journey, and how we can start with our wealth creation journey. So wealth creation is like important for all of us, whether you are a student, whether you are a working professional, because today there is a lot of uncertainty in the job market. Of course, you may be good enough in every skills, but still there are a lot of companies, they do layoffs, like TCS recently do a layoff, and TCS never do layoffs. It's kind of सरकारी job. अगर आप वहाँ एक बार चले गए तो अगर either you have to like switch the company, otherwise they don't usually lay off. So but first time TCS lay off on very big level, just because they said कि we need some AI experts, and the people we have are in organization were not good enough in the AI and all. So that's why sometimes you have to upgrade your skills, you have to save some money, you have to start your investment journey. So that's how your wealth creation journey starts. Now so there are a lot of ways to start the wealth creation journey. Of course, we should know ki what kind of tools are there to start, and where to invest your money, and why it is important to pick the right stock if you're investing in the stock. So can anyone answer like what why it is important to pick the right stock and why it matters? Anyone can answer? Exactly. True. Exactly. So picking the right stock is very important, but sometimes we do a lot of research. Okay. So like yesterday, like many of you say, like lot of ways to pick the right stock, like uh, corporate governance, MDA, management discussion and analysis. Ki unke what plans in near future? Maybe they are extending their geography, they are expanding their product categories, or maybe they are generating they are creating more products. So depends on like how companies seeing themselves in the future, and based on that, like we can analyze, we can think about ki, okay, ठीक है, this stock can go up in maybe 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, based on that. But sometimes like even after that lot of research, everything is ठीक है, आज तो सब ठीक है, आज कंपनी भी बढ़िया है, टॉप मैनेजमेंट भी बढ़िया है, सेल्स भी अच्छी है, स्टिल न्यूज भी अच्छा, न्यूज मीडिया में भी सब कुछ बढ़िया है, बट स्टिल समटाइम्स स्टॉक्स लाइक दे गो डाउन कि क्या हुआ है, like future retail. So lot of big bazaar outlets were there, but like Amazon came into picture, Reliance came into picture, and they just they just made the future retail disappear because like there was some issue between them, like whether Amazon was acquiring the future retail. So sometimes like even it is good company, but your stock goes down. So how we can build a strategy, how we can build a correct roadmap to pick the right stock or to build a portfolio that can help you in your wealth creation journey. So some ways like research you can do, like data driven decision making. So research, when we talk about research, so there are a lot of components come into the research, like of course like company ka balance sheet kaisa hai, what their past returns 5 years, like 5 years or maybe 10 years. Then company analysis we do, fundamentals, balance sheet management, technical analysis, industry analysis like sector growth and trends, like इवन आई आज yesterday कि कौन से सेक्टर्स अभी अच्छा चल रहे हैं, कौन से सेक्टर्स अभी बढ़िया नहीं है. So like you said lot of sectors. So even again I ask you कि कौन से, like which sectors you can think कि they can go up based on the today's scenario in India, based on the economic scenario, political scenario, which sectors can go up in next few years, maybe couple of years, whatever is happening. Green energy, yes. Could you please loudly? Yes. And defense sector. Uh, so like there are lot of sectors, like there was war happening in India, so lot of defense sectors came into picture. Lot of so defense stocks came into picture, like Hindustan Aeronauticals, Mezagon. So these stocks, like these businesses deals in the weapons. They supply weapons to the Indian Army and also the defense. So they like these stocks can go up. Also, sugar stocks, as I told yesterday. So like lot of news are coming. Ki ethanol blending will be there, and a lot of people start using uh, ethanol as a fuel in their vehicle. So the sugar stocks will go up. Plus there are a lot of other sectors are also growing, like agriculture. Also plus yesterday itself GST reforms came into picture, and you can see today's market. So whether it's a FMCG, healthcare, agriculture, automobiles, so these are sectors are growing. These stocks today go up because a lot of like GST implementation happened, and the percentage of GST, like agriculture may, it's like earlier it was 12% on products, now it is 5%. So it will help to boost the sales of the company because people will start buying more products of their businesses ki, like they will buy because the products will be cheaper, there will be less GST, and they will buy more products, companies revenue will increase. So of course it will directly impact the stock, it will directly helpful for the investors, the stakeholders of the company. So that's this is one of the factor that you can choose, you can check. News and events, so lot of market triggers, global clues, like uh, Donald Trump. So he charged a 50% tariff, so now products are like costly in US. So whatever goods and services we supply into US, so like it will be costlier than earlier, because earlier if it was like we are selling at 100 rupees, now it will be 150. So people will buy less products in the US because they will be like buy local, maybe local products. So these stocks can be impacted, like TCS. So IT sector is one of them. So TCS, Wipro, Infosys, IBM, HCL, these kind of stocks can be impacted from that particular news. And so some sectors are also beneficial for this news, like pharma sectors. because there's lot of businesses is happening of pharma in US, and like people in US like buy lot of like they buy a lot of services from pharma products of made by India itself. So like companies like Dr. Reddy's Lab, Cipla, Ranbaxy, and Pharma. So these kind of stocks will be go higher just because they are doing well in the US. Their product and services are now their revenue has been increased in the last few years. So these stocks will be give you beneficial benefits. So this is the research type of research, like fundamental research, technical analysis, sentiment analysis. So like investment behavior and market mood. So investment behavior. So can anyone tell what is investment behavior and how it should be, and what kind of investment behavior impact positively and negatively in the market? Yeah. Right.
And if we are having a bad news, something related to any company, for example, the US has put up the tariff
Right.
on the company. So we are being seeing that the tech stocks are being
True.
using down because of the tariff. So yes, that's a bad behavior that if we are bearish.
Right, completely agreed. So that kind of behavior really impact the stocks, like whether investors are bullish or bearish on particular stock. So it depends on the news that comes into the market. So like tariff related news, GST related news, war related news. So these kinds of news really impact the stock prices. So this is very important. But it works only for the short run. If you are investing for a long term, suppose maybe more than 3 years, so you can like choose based on the fundamentals, like how the fundamentals of the companies are good or bad. So you can check the balance sheet, you can check the past 5 or 10 years returns. So based on that you can choose, and you can take a delivery of particular stocks. Company analysis, like of course financial statement analysis we do. Management like how it's the leadership, corporate governance, whether the top executives are good enough, what their background, and how like they are managing the company, how they are handling the product and services of the company, how confident they are with their companies. So this kind of things we should check in the management discussion analysis that's available in the annual report. Valuation metrics, like there are a lot of ratios in in the balance sheet. So like PE ratio. So can anyone tell PE ratio and how it impacts? If yeah, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Hitakshi Puria from Junior Batch. So PE ratio is profit equity ratio, that how much company is earning profit from by using their equity.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you can speak, no problem.
Hello, sir. My name is Varunga from the junior batch. The PE ratio is the profit to equity, profits to earning ratio, price to earning ratio. How much is the market is willing to pay for each 1 rupee of earning. If the PE ratio of the company, for example, is 50, so the market is ready to pay 50 rupees for each 1 rupees of earning.
True. Yeah. So this is the PE ratio, and like people take decision on based on the PE ratio, and sometimes like there is not a definition of any ideal PE ratio, but sometimes it should be 15 to 20. Like it's good for the ideal stock that you can pick. Then EPS and ROE, return on equity, that you can check. Then dividend, of course. So there are a lot of companies they offer dividend, so you can earn good money from dividend itself. So this is one of the factor. Then competitive advantage. So can anyone tell few brands, few companies they have very good competitive advantage? You can tell me if you know any brands they have very good competitive, why they have that advantage. Yeah.
About the solar industry, because they're having more than 75% of market share in the chemical industry. They make solar.
Yeah.
So I think that this is a moat that the industry has, the solar industry has created.
True. And any other big any brand or company, like they have that advantage. You can. Thank you. Yes. Apple have, of course, very premium products, and we can see like so brands like companies like they have very less competition like Boeing and Airbus. So these two companies only manufacture the aircrafts. So they have very good advantage. So in India, if we see IRCTC, that's a very big example. IRCTC very good example of competitive advantage. So like there is no other company who run trains. So IRCTC has very good, and it's also the largest employer in India. I think 4 lakh plus, not 4 lakh, 40 lakhs plus employees in IRCTC, Indian Railways. So that's one of the example. Another example we can say like Reliance Jio and Bharti Airtel. So these two companies are into telecom. So like Idea was there, now Idea is almost going to disappear because they have a lot of inherited debt, 45,000 crore of debt, and Indian government just buying. I don't know why India's government just paying their debt, but they are doing. And uh, so like only two companies are now there, like private players, Bharti Airtel and Jio. So they have very good advantage, competitive advantage. And now I think Airtel, you must have read the news. Airtel also tied up with the Perplexity. So if someone is the user of Airtel, they can use Perplexity. Perplexity is a AI tool that generates the content. So you can use in a free. So 1 year subscription you will get. So you can check those competitive advantage, which company has that advantage, that type of advantage. Of course, it will give you very good, returns. So MRF is one of them, and acha, yeah. Yes, IOCL is one of them. Tat, right, Reliance Power, Tata Power, Adani Power, yeah. So this is the advantage they have to give the good returns to the investors. Okay, so industry analysis we usually do while picking the stock. So can you please tell me like what kind of analysis we do in industry, while we are checking the industry or sector maybe? Yeah, anyone can go first.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Parth from the junior batch. So, talking about the industry analysis, we see is there any government incentive that has been given to the specific industry, or how the industry is going? For example, the recent the US tariff is not affecting the farmers.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and इसके अलावा like what else we see? Yeah, please.
Of that, for example, pharmacy or like any stock of pharmacy. So when you first take the industry analysis of the pharmacy, according to that, you see if the market is bullish or bearish and how the company is performing in comparison to the index.
Right, correct. Yeah, anyone else? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sagnik. I would also refer to the previous presenter and how technology and innovation can also disrupt a particular industry and how it can either accelerate or even extinguish that particular industry altogether.
Okay, yeah, correct. So it's of course government policies, regulations, and how is competition shaping the sector. And example like EV industry versus traditional autos. So like EV, like lot of companies, EV like automobiles company like Mahindra, Tata. So they are now, manufacturing the EV cars, because now they have to manufacture those cars, because even because government's also saying to them ki you have to manufacture just plus like consumer also changing their behavior, like we must read the consumer behavior in marketing. So it's changing, like people now shifting towards EV vehicles as compared to the traditional autos, like people either buy hybrid or they just buy EV vehicle. So that's behavior is changing. So companies have to implement that change, that behave, they have to accept, they have to adapt that behavior. So you can check like what companies are changing and what companies are implementing those behavior, consumer behavior, because at the end you have to sell your product to the end consumer. And if the consumer is not buying your product, if consumer is not taking interest in your product, so they will not buy, and of course your sales will go down, your stock will go down, investor will start withdrawal from your stocks. So you have to check that key which interest, which company, which sector is growing, which sector is changing very rapidly. So a lot of companies are also implementing AI as well in their operational key, how they can change, how they can implement, so that they can easily cope up with the market. Like in job sector, if I take an example, so there is one employee who knows ki how to work on that particular set, and there is one guy who also good enough in the AI and everything, because it's a uh, trained. So which employee will get a growth fast, because they started learning about AI, they are starting learning about the new tools. So of course even companies, brands also choosing the second guy, he knows that thing. So you have to cope up with the market, so you have to upgrade your skills. So similarly companies have to upgrade themselves to apply, to implement those tools, those behavior. So you can check that, it's one of the factor that you can check while picking the stock. News, quarterly results, mergers, acquisition, interest rate change, inflation data, global events like oil prices, wars, US Fed policies, investors sentiment moves with headlines. So these kind of news you can check and how it impacts the market. Now before jumping into the real market, I would say try to do some paper trading. It's kind of like practice key, how and how you are approaching that particular sector or particular stock. Because if you directly put your money into the stock market and if it doesn't work, so of course you are going to lose your money, and of course it will give you the demotivation, and maybe your wealth creation journey soon end. So before that, try to understand the market and try to analyze key what kind of things are happening, as I mentioned. So try to do paper trading. So let's do the one activity. We can do the one activity. So I'll give you a task. So you have to install the StockGrow app, or you can just create account on your desktop itself. Just install either, or just open the link and create an account. Little bit analyze the wall where the research analysts are there. They are talking about trends, whatever is happening, whether it's a GST, tariffs, and all. Based on that, just read for the 5 minutes, pick the stock, either one stock or maybe more than one stock, and hold for 10 minutes, and then tell me ki how much profit you made or lose the money. So let's start. I think we can do. Yeah, please download the StockGrow app. It will be good for you. Yeah. Yeah. So
Despite all the changes in this, with the pandemic coming, but this morning and yesterday,
yeah.
FINXpo is not giving good results. So what is your take on that?
So to be honest, I never practiced FNO by myself because I am a long-term investor. I usually do either swing trading, which is like I hold for 1 week or 2 weeks, and I also take deliveries. But I usually don't invest in FNO. I think FNO is for like it's you can like experience that, but I think it's not good for the people. Those are just using the money with the capacity. If you have some surplus money to experiment and you have a good approach, you have a good analysis, then you can only try. But I would not suggest, it will not be advisable ki you should you should go for the FNO. So that's my take on this. Of course, news or mostly impacts the contracts. And suppose you took a put or a call, so it's like news. Whatever news is coming into the market, what is the trend is there, so directly impacts the rates, prices. But still, you have to check the company. Of course, fundamental analysis. You should be good in the technical analysis, like how chart is performing, and in the last few months or the years, what was the pattern. You should be good enough in the types of patterns, like moving average, and the lot of technical jargons are there. So you have to try a lot of you should have some skills about how to read the chart, how to analyze, or how to understand those jargons, technical analysis, because it is very important. Because you can't go for of course tips ki this stock is going to up in next 2 days or 3 days, let's buy this stock. You can't go this way, because either you will lose your money or you will be in debt. Because a lot of people I have seen, so like I take calls, personal finance calls, so people are with like 15 credit cards, 10 credit cards, because they lost their money in the FNOs and they took a loan to invest. And that's a very biggest mistake. Like people usually take the debt to invest, to grow their money, but it is a big mistake. It's a blunder, because you are already in debt and you are just trying to start your investment journey. So first you have to be debt free. So once you are debt free, then you can start your investment journey, because whatever you earn, then you have to save, invest, and of course repeat. So that's the take. Like try to learn things about, of course, out of 100, like only 99, only 1% of people make money in FNO. So you have to learn about the tips and tricks, ki how and what are the ways to enter into this FNO world. Because until unless if you don't know anything, don't go it, because it will
And also it is in this society, but it's very smart and
right.
Very consistently and all. We do gain.
Yeah.
It's only for institutions, just because they have a different quality.
Right.
Institutions like Jane Street, for
True.
Jane Street, they play in a very different way. But also, I heard many Indian investors still play. I wanted to know.
Can I answer your question, ma'am? Okay. So when we are talking about investing in FNO, particularly in the stock market, we need to understand whether we are dealing with a volatile market or a non-volatile market, right? Because your strategies could be completely different when you're dealing with this market. So when you're dealing in a volatile market, I would suggest you do a spread trade, right? So that you don't lose on one side and you hedge your complete investment through the other side. As for example, if you're taking a call option on one thing, then you should also consider taking a put option as well, because the market is very volatile. And so any movement either side will make you only gain, right? That way you won't lose. So you will make something, right? When you're working in a non-volatile market, it's more of a research driven, trade. You should consider the news which are published by the corporate, in multiple stock exchanges. You can refer to the website of NSE. They have a section called corporate news. So I know this because I used to do it a lot in the past. And one of my friends specializes in FNO market, and he prepares a complete, he has prepared a complete Excel sheet which has last 10 years data of each and every corporate announcement, which he uses to place trades in a non-volatile market. So these are some of the do's and don'ts. I mean, I don't know how much I've been able to articulate, but this is something.
That's what I was hearing, that have this set of already
Correct.
done. And then they like also have some call option. If they need. So there is a hedging gap.
Right. So if you know how to hedge, you can definitely make money in FNO.
Because that's the easiest way.
Yeah, but again, as he pointed out, it's a very risky thing. So I also don't suggest everyone to get into it if you don't understand it. So I mean, but yes, if you like thrill in the stock market, you should definitely try it out.
Maybe we can have a small portfolio for that.
Yes, you can have. Definitely, you can have.
Yeah, of course, you can like diversify your portfolio a little bit.
Let other assets also balance it out.
See, you learn with time as well, right? So you can start with a small portfolio, and as you learn and as you get more insights about it, you can increase the volume of your portfolio. There's nothing wrong with it, but yes, it's a pretty risky affair. Yeah. Thank you.
There's a systematic way of, at least you can protect yourself to some extent.
To some extent, you can do. Yes.
But if you don't know the rules,
If you don't know the rules of the games, you better don't get into that game. So, uh, yeah.
So have you downloaded the app? Okay, try to analyze for 5 minutes at least. And so there are a lot of, research analysts are there. So they give insights time to time in like every 2 to 3 minutes. You can just read few insights and based on that, like try to pick few stocks or maybe one stock with like try it for the 50,000 balance and hold for at least 10 minutes and see ki how much you have made, because it will help you to understand ki what was your approach, what were your analysis to pick that stock, and we'll discuss. No, so my team was developed, so I was like product marketing I'm doing. Okay. Okay. Sure. So like as we were discussing about AI tools, like how it can helpful for to pick the right stock. So like this is one of the tool that you can apply. So like there are a lot of research analysts are there. They give insights time to time based on the news, based on the changes that are coming. So you can read like, so they like to in every 2 to 5 minutes they give insights, so you can read those like what they are saying, what they are discussing about. You can read those insights, and after reading analyzing the insights you can like pick few stocks based maybe based on the sector industry. So you can build your own portfolio like your virtual portfolio, or you can say paper trading. So it will help you to understand, okay, so that was my approach, that was my analysis, and that's why I picked that particular stock, and it worked. If you made money, so it worked. Now I can take it in the real portfolio. So if you like open your demat account maybe in Zerodha, Grow, Upstocks, maybe a Angel One, lot of other brokers are there. So you can start building your portfolio there after doing paper trading here, because it will help you to understand the market कि market में क्या चल रहा है, अभी क्या news आई है, and how we use that news to take a right decision of the stock. तो जैसे like this guy Saurabh Jain is discussing about auto sector breakout, like a new game changer for markets. So he had discussed about like Maruti, Nifty Auto Index. So he has given very good analysis or good insight. Like he discussed about M&M, Mahindra and Mahindra, Maruti, Exide Industry, TVS Motor. So Exide Industry. So Exide Industry don't make the vehicle directly, but they build batteries, lithium batteries, and that they companies put in the EV vehicles. So that's why that stock comes into the auto sector. Exide Industries, Amar Raja Batteries, Bajaj Auto, TVS Motor Corp. So these kind of stocks. So he said really strongly in recent sessions. So why is that? Because yesterday GST reforms came, and like lot of changes were there. Like earlier it was I think 18%. Now it is I think 5%.
Yeah, 5 and 12% also. 5 and 18%, yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
28.
double that.
Yeah, now it is became 18. So like it will be cheaper as earlier as the so that's how it impacts the stock. Like vehicles will be cheaper, then people will buy more. Like they will start buying more cars, they will start buying more two wheelers. So that's why companies' revenue will boost up, stock will boost up. So that kind of news can help you to pick the right stock.
Yeah, there's only one concern in this, because most of the news that we, for example, we rely on some of the reports here and CNN and other,
Yeah.
they are primarily paid news also. How much truth is that these companies and these there are a lot of things that it is paid, so because it has happened many times that we
Right.
have we have relied on those information, and it turns out to be that they are paid information, paid news, and could be misleading.
True.
For instance, there is a Saurabh Jain, he's a SEBI registered, but how far can I rely on these information?
So a lot of as you said, media houses are there. Like lot of news anchor keep discussing about कि ये stock ऊपर जाएगा, ये stock नीचे आएगा. Anil Singh भी is very popular. One of them, like he discussed about कि ये stock ले लो, ये बेच दो, ये. So keep discussing about those things. So how we can rely, or how we can, so it's of course like just we do two-step verification in almost our accounts like Google account or everything, so that we can get a right insight कि okay, this insight that we are getting from this guy is valid. So of course after reading this insight you can go with the company's
Yeah.
balance sheet, company's
But isn't
fundamental.
it true that these news are all the news that they really want us to learn rather than the actual market scenario? That they're all the time talking about the same stocks and those things and those, and they get paid for it.
Yeah, sometimes so like
A
there are
lot of times.
lot of times, yeah.
So then why should we rely on those information? Because they are creating a sentiment in us.
Yeah, so you have to do a own research after that, because
So if I have to anyway do my own research, then what is the objective of these? Don't we have any source where we can get these kind, for example, that we are looking forward to those kind of places where we get the real analysis of the work. If we had to do it, then it could be really difficult for us because,
Right.
like, depending on the background and other things. So, what is your take on this?
True. So yeah, of course, like there's a lot of information is available in the market. Like you sometimes they like different news media houses talk about same stock, but they are discussing different things.
Yes.
If CNBC is talking about different thing of same stock, and NDTV discussing about different thing. So to analyze that news, to analyze those insights, so of course you have to sometimes check key. Of course you have to go through the companies, again, investor presentation, of course, it should be validated by auditors. Like you will easily get the investor presentation, press release, annual reports on their sites, and sometimes it tells you the little bit right story about the company, whether the company is actually growing, whether companies actually have a potential to grow, that particular stock have actually a potential to grow and give you the good return in the near future. So you have to check and analyze it, and based on that, of course, as I mentioned, sometimes you can just take a risk, of course, as a risk is very to take the you have to take the risk, because directly investing in the stock is a risky thing, because people hardly get the time to analyze stock, analyze market, analyze company, analyze industry. So sometimes, of course, after doing lot of things, you have to take the stock, you have to go for your like instincts ki, okay, I have done my analysis, uh, fundamental looks strong, company's growth looks strong, MDA analysis looks strong. Now I can go for my instincts. Okay, this stock, this business has some potential to go, and of course, I'll take a bet on this stock. So sometimes you grow, sometimes maybe your decision might not be good, but of course you will see your experience, your learnings ki okay, even after doing a lot of things, but still that stock didn't work like I was expecting. So you should sometimes take a risk. So initially, I would suggest ki do paper trading. Also, do not invest in the direct stock. Go for some mutual funds kind of things, ETF, because they have like a bucket of stocks. So if suppose mutual funds. So can anyone explain? I will ask again. Yesterday I asked, but now I think you can answer. What is mutual fund? Yeah. Yeah, you can speak like. Yes. So it's a like bucket of stocks, you can say, like 100 stocks will be there, 200 stocks will be there. So it's a bucket of stocks where a fund manager is, very actively managing that fund. So it can be a 10,000 crore of fund, you can say. So it can be a maybe more than 10,000. So like a fund manager go for their analysis. They hold some stocks. Sometimes they only invest in the Indian stocks, and sometimes they invest in the US stocks. Like Parag Parikh, it's one of the all-time favorite stocks of many of the investor. Actively managed fund is a portfolio of stock. Sorry. Okay. Sure. So yeah, sure. So that's how mutual fund works. And initially, you can go for the mutual funds to see your analysis. Key there is like less risky to invest in the mutual fund. You can start SIPs or one-time lump sum to and keep analyzing key how it works, how these stocks are working. Like fund manager, the one who hold the stocks. So these stocks, how it working. So based on that analysis, you can build your own portfolio, and you can build your own bucket of the stocks. So that's how you can start your wealth creation journey. So there are a lot of ways to start your wealth creation journey. Like one is the investments, or there are a lot of types of investments. So can anyone tell types of investments apart from stocks? Commodities, okay. Crypto, coin DCX, bonds, real estate, REITs like real estate investment trusts, gold. So ETFs now available. You can easily invest in ETFs. So there are a lot of ways to invest your money to start your wealth creation journey, and that's how it's your journey starts. So try to analyze, try to use the AI tools that will definitely helpful for you to get insights and pick the right stock. So that's all you can do.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights on personal finance and personal branding. I would kindly request Ankit sir to present our leader with the token of appreciation. Now, I would like to invite Ankit sir to introduce our next guest speaker, Mr. Prateek Gupta, and felicitate them with a bouquet.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to briefly introduce our speaker for the last session, the last speaker for this session. Mr. Prateek Gupta is the Vice President of Enterprise and Business at CoinDCX. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for joining us. So, Mr. Gupta brings over 7 years of experience in business development, product strategy, and growth strategy, working with both early and late stage e-commerce startups in India, as well as management consulting in Singapore. He has also worked with industry leaders such as Onmeta, Ola, BCG, Rapido, and Flipkart, and now leads enterprise business at CoinDCX. Mr. Gupta's work exemplifies how strategic application of technology and innovative thinking can drive growth, solve real-world challenges, and unlock new opportunities in the fintech ecosystem. Mr. Prateek, as we explore today's theme of strategic synergies, scaling finance, technology, and growth, the fintech sector perfectly illustrates how technology and strategy come together to create growth and opportunities. So, could you share with us the story of fintech growth, the key opportunities emerging today, and how the business and individuals can harness these trends effectively? Yeah, over to you, sir.
Prateek. Yeah. Hi guys, my name is Prateek, and I'm glad to be here. Uh, this is the last session before lunch, usually the toughest. I know you guys must be itching to have lunch. So I'll try to keep it crisp, but I'd also like you guys to participate in the session as much as possible. We'd like for it to be interactive. And I've been a business guy throughout my life, so I understand behaviors are shaped by incentives. So I do have an incentive for this as well. So whoever leaves a good impression on me during my session as well as other sessions, I will have a one-on-one interview with you later next week for an opportunity at CoinDCX suitable to whatever your profile is and whatever your ambitions are. And so far, I do feel impressed by Sanchit. Good question asked. So yeah, keep it up, guys. Now let the energy flow in the room. I'll start with a little bit journey about myself. The idea is that you guys can like get inspired or learn a little bit from how the journey is shaped up. I have about 12 years of business development and business strategy experience. So mostly I have been like a revenue guy, right? Like all my life, either I launch new businesses or I run existing businesses, but the point is to grow the revenue for that particular company. I started my career with Flipkart. I launched and shut down the ebooks business while I was there. In 2015, I started Rapido as the founding chief marketing officer. It's currently a unicorn company. in 2019, after my MBA, I joined BCG in their Singapore office and worked primarily on revenue projects while I was there. And then in 2022 came the major breakthrough in my life where I forayed in the blockchain and crypto ecosystem, completely accidentally, by the way. And I joined as head of business at OnMeta. OnMeta is a payments processing company for Web3 companies. You can think of it as Razorpay for Web3 and crypto companies. And I spent 3 years there, which essentially led me to my current job, which I absolutely love. My day job is that I educate institutions, traditional financial institutions in India about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies and get them onboarded to CoinDCX. I absolutely love it. I think it's a privilege. Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies will get democratized in India and they are happening across the world. And someone would need to do this. And I just feel grateful that I get to do this instead of anyone else. In my personal life, I've been married for 3 years with a lovely wife. And amongst my other interests, one of the big interests is wealth creation. Siddhant is not here. And I follow a different philosophy of wealth creation. Some of the things that some of the other panelists might have said, what I do and what I might advise could be different from what they do. I personally invest in stocks. I'm not a big fan of mutual funds. I hold about 25 to 30 stocks and a similar number of cryptocurrencies on the side as well. I do have a diversified portfolio. I have real estate holdings. I invest in money markets. I invest in gold, commodities. So yeah, I did my education from like I BTech from IIT Guwahati in maths and computing. So I did have some finance and investment background, which helps me build a diversified portfolio. So yeah, one key takeaway from my journey, from what I feel, is that establishing yourself as a specialist in something, either in industry or in any particular functional capability, that has given me like wherever I am today. That it's because of that. So I've always been the business development, business growth guy, and I might have changed industries from e-commerce to travel tech to fintech now, but that specialization remains. So yeah, perhaps that can work for you guys as well. Now, time for some harsh reality. The job market is bad, guys. It's really bad, and it's only going to get worse. And I'm not here to scare you guys. I'm probably here to prepare you guys in terms of how you can navigate this. Now, why is the job market bad? What are the systemic inefficiencies globally as well as in India, which are leading to a stagflation kind of a world where at least the US economy is heading that way, where there will be high inflation, but there will also be a recession, which is the worst of the both worlds. And in today's age of AI, I wouldn't want to bore you guys explaining these concepts to you, but I do feel like everything that I understand about money management is by having a strong grasp on these concepts, not surface level superficial knowledge, but strong grasp on how exactly do they work and how exactly do these concepts affect everyday change in our lives, in every part of our lives, right? So interest rates, bond yields, government spending, unemployment statistics. Just yesterday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics in US did the biggest downward revision in unemployment numbers in last 10 years. So it's very important. Like this is when people think about financial indicators, unemployment statistics does not lie in the like top metrics, but it's actually very important to understand. And based on the labor market is how the interest rates work as well, right? Like now the Fed will blame the weaker labor market and cut the rates, even though inflation is not exactly in control.
right? Which is why I say that the market is overall job market is bad. Then there are tariffs. Understand how they operate, who do they impact, which industries, which countries. Then there is inflation and a related concept of fiat money supply. Uh, us Bitcoin maxis do treat money as fiat money because that is what it is. It is fiat. It is not backed by anything. It can be printed from thin air on the whims of a few people, and which is why Bitcoin is the best form of money ever created, and that's a separate subject altogether. I'm sure I'm happy to discuss that with you guys separately, but that's not the focus of this presentation. And then there is AI, right? Like there are so many things that are already making the job market bad, and then there is AI. There's a looming fear that AI will take up jobs, will eat up jobs, and make no mistake, AI will eat jobs. Like I'm not going to mince my words and say that no, it's okay, it's not going to affect certain industries. But what you guys need to ask yourself and analyze is that what kind of industries and what kind of jobs and what kind of countries will have the most impact, both positive and negative, because of AI, right? Broadly, like you can, like the rule of thumb is like if your country is not doing a lot of innovation, specialized services, sophisticated production. For example, in the US, we have like now the LLMs are coming up. Previously, they were operating systems, cloud services. These are top of the end, top of the shelf, sophisticated services in which probably will not have a lot of threat from AI, right? But what has India's growth story been based on for last 20 years? We like to proudly call it the IT industry, but in effect, it is just the BPO industry, right? Business process outsourcing. These are low level, low sophistication jobs, which are highly repetitive in nature and will most likely be replaced by AI in next few years. So think jobs like call centers, data entry, transcription, basic software support. So Philippines, Bangladesh, and India are the three countries that mastered the industries of BPOs, and now they are at the risk of most job losses, most unemployment. So Philippines is set to lose 1 million jobs in next 2 years because 89% of their industry was based on business process outsourcing, right? India will have the same fate. I am a patriot at heart. I love my country, but I also have to be skeptical in terms of what have we really done in last 20 years, irrespective of which government has been in power. What is our Nvidia? What is our Google? Nothing, right? Like what are the best startups that have come out of India, like Zomato? Is it really a tech innovation? It's the startup's core business is wage arbitrage to capitalize on income inequality, right? People who do not have a job run around the street to deliver food to people who can afford it, right? Where is the innovation in this, right? So our country is going to be at the receiving end of negative effects of AI because neither the government nor the people nor the industry nor the corporates, none of us have taken innovative production seriously. I'll give you an example. 4 years ago, there was a company that got started in Turkey. It's called Bayraktar, and they are now the world's largest exporter of fighter drones. Right? Why can something like that happen in a country, smaller country like Turkey, but not in India? Why cannot we make advanced defense equipments? Why cannot we make specialty industry equipments? Why cannot we make our own cloud services? Why cannot we make our own LLMs? Right? We should be. And the problem is that it's not your fault. It's our collective failure, but you guys will be at the receiving end of it. Because when you go out in the job market, you will realize that we have not done enough as a society. So we need to do extra. We need to do more to be able to find the high paying, good jobs, sophisticated jobs, which will not be affected by AI, right? So enough fear. what can you guys do to win? How can you win in this job market, right? Use AI as a leverage, as a tool to research industries, to research companies. Just a couple of minutes ago, we were seeing how you can pick a stock, right? Like there are n number of things that you should figure out before buying a stock, right? You're buying a stock with some money. It's fine. Why would you not put in the same amount of research when you are picking the company that you want to work at? You're going to spend your time and money in that. So the place where you will spend a lot of your time, maybe at least do a similar amount of research that you will do for buying a stock, right? It's the same thing. Whether you are buying the stock of Paytm or whether you want to work at Paytm, you should be able to understand, the industry that they are in, the industry's positioning in the world, whether it's a fast growing industry, slow growth industry, what is India's position in that industry, what is that company's position in that particular industry, is it a late stage entrant? Then try to visualize what that company might require, right, at the stage that they are today. Then you can personalize your skills, aligning with your target company's goals and ambitions. And we'll do an exercise. I'll help you guys see this in action, how you can apply first principles thinking, how you can ask questions to really get deep into understanding the business models, understanding how these companies operate, etc. Right? And then you target jobs with sophisticated and specialized skills. Like when you are going to sit in your placement, especially the senior batch, like don't just sit for any company that's out there, right? Like you decide what are your skills, what are your ambitions, what's the kind of company, what's the kind of industry that you want to get into. And then instead of mass applying to 10 different companies, like I'm going to give you a blueprint of how you can like strategically apply to that one dream target company and still get the job, still get it through, right? And but for those, you need to have specialized skills as well. So you need to spend time on building those specialized skills as well. And I'm just going to say, like, you got to work harder and be more proactive than everyone else out there, because 5-10 years ago, when the US economy was in the near zero interest rate setup, like the cost of capital was very low, right? Every company could raise capital, every company could hire more people. So it did not require too much effort for people like you guys, people like me to find the right job. You will apply and you will still get it because there was an abundance of jobs. But now that's no longer the case, right? We are sitting at a 4-5% interest rate in the US. Things will we will probably never go back to the sub 1% interest rate levels at all, right? Then what? The money supply shrinks. The companies have to be more innovative in terms of how they spend their capital and smarter in terms of what kind of people they hire, right? So you need to stand out. And I'm going to help you, like we'll do a little bit of an exercise to understand how the fintech industry shaped up, right? Like there was a traditional financial industry and then technology came, and what was the role of technology which made fintech a much bigger industry than even the traditional financial industry, right? So first of all, let's just understand what are the sub industries in fintech or finance. Let's list them. Payments, one. Second, NBFC is okay, sure. I'm not going to count that though. Credit, right? Credit, it could include personal loans, it could include credit cards. Credit. Third, insurance. Fourth, banking, sure. Banking is payments pretty much, but wealth management, so capital markets, right? These are the broadly four different industries, sub-industries in the broader financial domain, right? Like now we'll try to understand how, think of it, like first start from this point, right? Like your banks always had your money, right? You used banks to deposit your money. So ideally, they should have been able to provide you all the related services in finance, right? Like they should have been able to provide you the credit, they should have been able to provide you insurance, they should have been able to provide you wealth services, access to capital markets, right? But why didn't we see that? Why do we have a Zerodha or Grow when we have an HDFC Securities? Have you ever asked yourself what changed? Let's take the wealth industry for example, right? Okay, this is an open question for everyone. I want you guys to spend 30 seconds. Think why this happens. Also, the answer is written on this, so you can be smarter and also read the answer. Why were the likes of Zerodha and Grow able to grow significantly more than traditional brokers like Motilal Oswal? Please, Mike. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaidev. I belong to the junior batch. So Motilal Oswal and traditional companies, they are very labor intensive, so they have higher significant costs accordingly. And Zerodha and other companies like Grow and all, they do not have that much labor intensive workforce. So their costs are significantly lower, and hence they provide services at a lower range.
Bingo. That's the right answer. I made a note of you, Jaidev, as well. Yeah. So what was the big difference between Zerodha and traditional brokers, right? Like Zerodha essentially introduced the zero fee, zero brokerage or low brokerage model to the world, right? And obviously there is price elasticity. So if you lower the price of anything, more people will want to adopt that, right? So that's the broad reason that they brought in zero brokerage or low brokerage model. But why were they able to do it? How can they charge lower brokerage compared to the traditional brokers? It comes down to the distribution costs, customer acquisition costs, like what Jaidev mentioned, right? Like what technology enabled Zerodha or Grow to do was reduce the distribution costs. Earlier, if, like you said, if it was labor intensive, right? Like a person will go from home to home, pitch people that, this is a service that we have, would you want to trade in stocks, etc. Let's say the CAC, customer acquisition cost for, in that scenario would be somewhere around, let's say 1,000 rupees. I'm just taking a random example, right? What technology enabled players like Zerodha and Grow to do was to run ads on Facebook and bring that cost of acquisition down to 100 rupees, right? How can without internet, how can a Motilal Oswal get access to 2 billion top of the funnel users? And even if you go down the funnel of relevant users, like how can they get access to the massive user base without technology being in the picture, right? So this is what Zerodha did. Because they could lower the distribution cost, they could offer zero brokerage, which brought in more users, which further lowered the acquisition cost, which allowed them to offer more products like FNO and like bonds, IPOs, etc. as well, right? So now there are more products, more users, and all of this further brings down the cost because now you have the opportunity to cross sell also. So your effective net CAC will go down because now you are serving the same person with 5 different products, right? So when we say that technology has played a role, it's, don't just look at it from a high level like superficial lens. Try to go deep into what exactly has technology been able to do, so that now you can understand, once you understand the value chain of a particular industry, then you can try to insert yourself in that particular industry in the most appropriate manner, because you will know in what direction the value needs to be created, right? Let's take another example, right? Like now, so yeah, please. Yeah, please. Yeah, yes, please. Sure.
Yeah, so you were mentioning that Zerodha and Grow are able to, provide more services, unlike Motilal Oswal. But do they provide portfolio management services also?
I don't think so.
Grow doesn't.
Grow doesn't.
Motilal does.
Motilal does, and Zerodha has other like I think sister companies which offer portfolio management services. But yeah,
So the big fish is with Motilal. And Grow and Zerodha are looking at the retail and the small segments.
so
So
fair enough.
scale up.
Could be fair, but see that will get determined by the assets under management, like the AUM of any portfolio
Probably
management
the
service.
AUM will be more higher for Motilal.
Motilal, I'm not sure. I don't want to comment on that, but my instinct would tell me that the AUM will be higher for Zerodha and Grow as well, because now Grow has launched their own ETF as well, which also contributes to
But if
the
they are not
AUM.
providing PMS, then where would these the wealth come from? I mean, if I am also interested in, I would want a portfolio management services. I would want to invest more than 50 lakhs at least to start with. So, do these Grow and all will help me?
So yes and no, ma'am. So it depends on what kind of investor do you want to be. If you want to be an active investor, which means you want to pick stocks yourself and you want to educate yourself, and which also means that you will spend the necessary time on doing this active
No, I
research,
don't want to spend the time.
then Zerodha and Grow are not the right platforms for
So
you
they are
any
only
which
a
way.
platform.
They are for active investors, whereas portfolio management services, if you don't want to spend active time and you, let's say you want to spend 50 lakh rupees, then yes, you should give it to either portfolio management services or mutual funds.
So that's how the answer comes then, no? Because if I have to make money and I need that wealth coming in, Zerodha only gives me the platform. But then again, I'll have to look in for expert advice and services and all this. So then eventually I'll end up going to Anand Rathi or Motilal Oswal or, our students where they are engaged.
Of course, yeah, ma'am. So see, like I said, there will always be cohorts of users. So because you are a passive investor, you don't want to actively like spend time on figuring out stocks or like other asset classes, you will always levitate towards passive managed funds. But like I am an active investor and I am a long-term value investor and I invest based on sectoral themes. So for example, for past few years, I've been stacking up stocks in the space of renewable energy, semiconductors, drone and defense manufacturing, because I see from government policies that these are the sectors that are poised to grow. So yeah, and like so I pick sectors and then the information that is there on platforms like any platform that helps you to narrow down stocks in that particular sector, and then that's how I go about it. So I'm not endorsing any of these platforms. I'm not even endorsing my own platform, which is CoinDCX. I'm just trying to, and the perspective that I wanted to give was that if you are able to understand what exactly is happening in a particular company, right? If you ask this question to yourself, how come Zerodha was able to become what it is today? How come Grow was able to become what it is today? How come even, let's say, a Reliance or a Zomato was able to become what they are today? That is the level of depth that you will now need to get into when you are trying to, find a job in these companies. Just knowing that Zomato does food delivery will probably not be enough in today's scenario. That's the key takeaway that I thanks.
Thank you so much. My name is Vijaya. You can note down the name because you will for
No, but-
questions.
I know your name, and I also cannot offer you a job
Whether I
because you have
qualify-
one.
I qualify for some rewards that you stated in the beginning.
Yep.
Thank
yep,
you so
I'll
much.
keep that in mind. Thanks, ma'am. Guys, yeah. Now let's do the same thing again and understand how AI is, like what revolution AI is bringing in the financial sector, right? Like again, if I currently asked you, like, what is the role of AI? I think the most probable answer, the most popular answer will be wealth advisory, AI based wealth advisory, right? But is it so? Have you really used any AI based wealth advisory to the point that it actually helps you, right? Somebody would say that AI does better recommendations because it can be personalized based on my information, right? My ChatGPT knows more about me than my wife, but it's still not able to recommend good stocks to me. Why? Right? Because again, like not everything will probably be as simple as how you think it is, right? Like you will think that, oh, yes, AI is shaping the financial world, but how exactly? Let me give you an example of how AI is able to create a flywheel effect of lowering costs and widening the adoption. In, let's say, let's take the credit industry, right? What is the main business model of a credit company? Whether it's a credit card company or a loan company, what do they have to do the best? Risk underwriting, right? That's the entire business model, right? Now AI can do better risk modeling, which can help prepare better risk underwriting models, which can lower the interest rates that the credit company will charge you, which will bring in more users, right? More users will bring in more data, which can be fed back to the AI algorithm, which will improve the algorithm. So even better risk models, and that's how the flywheel effect is created, right? Now be honest, did you think about this, the role of AI in credit industry 2 minutes ago? Go ahead. Yep, yep. Can you please give a mic?
Different credit score system, and those are automated processings. I don't think any one bank has the manpower to individually check and verify people's credit worthiness.
Yep,
So
yep.
those are tasks that have been automated a while back.
Yep. But what's the change now?
Including more information, more data that can be
Right?
collected.
Different data sources can now be pooled into the same LLM. So then, so AI doing risk modeling is, like you're right, it's probably a 5-10 year old phenomena, right? Like, but every day AI is getting better at risk modeling. So then the company is able to provide even lower rates. Or for example, if it's the insurance industry, they can provide even lower premiums. So ultimately, if technology is able to bring down the costs, it can invite more users into the ecosystem, and that can help create a flywheel effect for any industry, not just fintech, right? Like now, like again, the takeaway that I want for you guys is that you, whichever industry you guys are interested in, right? Like now you try and do the same thing for that particular industry. That what exactly has technology done to that industry, and how exactly has technology contributed to the growth of that industry, right? Now, why is all of this, for example, needed? I'm going to skip a few slides and like just give you an example, right? Like let's apply this first principle thinking for your job search, right? Like let's say you like writing, right? And are interested in and you are interested in blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies, right? And you would like to join CoinDCX as an SEO specialist. This is a hypothetical situation, which could very well be true, right? Now, how can you apply the same first principles thinking to create a lasting impression on the leadership team at CoinDCX, right? Like leverage AI to research about the cryptocurrency industry, what is happening, what changes have happened in last 12 months. Is there a bull thesis? Is there a bear thesis in the short term, in the long term? How does India's market compare to the global market? What is CoinDCX's position in the Indian market, right? If you research all this and then apply first principle thinking, you can figure out what narrative would work best for CoinDCX, right? Like what exactly does CoinDCX want to tell people out in like today and in next few months in terms of their content narrative? So I'm saying the information is available. You don't need to speak to a CoinDCX person to understand, to ask from them what's the narrative that they are going to they want to push it out, right? Like you can be proactive and you can figure it out yourself, and then learn how AI can be leveraged to basically make it a content factory, like churn out more content pieces faster, right? Then put together a one-pager proposal and cold reach out on LinkedIn to Sumit or any of the other leadership team in CoinDCX and tell me why you will not get a job. why Sumit or anyone like me will not reply to something like this, right? You're essentially giving me a blueprint for my own company's success. Why will I not reply to you? But the point is, you have to put in this much effort to get one job, right? Like, so this is the takeaway that I wanted all of you to have, that if you can get deep into, and I'm not just preaching, right? Like, this is exactly how I landed my internship at Google. I'll give you a small example. So I was joining the Google Play Store team. I was interviewing for the Google Play Store team. This was in 2018 during my MBA days. And I had a question. In my mind, that Android has 2x the number of users than iOS, but Android does half the revenue of iOS. Right? Why is that? And wouldn't that be the biggest problem on the mind of the person I'm interviewing with, who's the head of business at Google Play Store, right? So I prepared myself. I did some ideation, brainstorming with myself, and came up with a few ideas on what can help Google Play Store increase their revenue and close the gap with between Android and iOS, right? Now imagine the kind of impression the other person would have gotten. Basically, I interviewed myself. Before them asking me questions, I took control of the interview. Now, I'm not suggesting you do the exact same thing in your life as well, but this is the power of being proactive. You can change the conversation that's going to happen with you. You don't need to let it be passive and them asking question like, what's the biggest achievement in your life? Nothing. Right? So yeah, I just want to like leave you guys with, I do have a few more slides. I mean, I can share the slides with you, but I don't want you guys to wait for lunch any longer. My only closing thought is make technology work for you, not the other way around. That's what I do, and that's what I would recommend everyone does as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful session.
This is my LinkedIn profile, so if you guys wanted to add me or reach out to me.
I kindly request Professor Ankit Biswal to present our leader with a token of appreciation.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights. I would now like to thank Professor Ankit Biswal for taking our time and moderating the first session. I now take this opportunity to thank our esteemed speakers for such an insightful session. The opening panel discussion comes to a close. We will now be leaving for lunch, so I kindly request all of our distinguished guests, faculty members, to join us for lunch, and participants must gather here by 2:10 p.m. sharp for the second panel discussion, as attendance will be taken at that time. I kindly request the students to wait till the dignitaries exit. Thank you.
थैंक यू भाई कुछ टिप्स देगा कुछ
घबराना नहीं है कुछ छूट गए छोड़ देना बेटा
ठीक चलो
Guys, please settle down. रोल कॉल ले लेता हूँ, रोल कॉल ले लेता हूँ।
अभी अभी कोई नहीं आया है।
आराम से माइक में कोई नहीं आया। तेरी नोटबुक में भी है। अब कोई टी ब्रेक नहीं है। सेशन के बाद सेशन के बाद
IT के बाद है IT। सॉरी सेशन के बाद है
ये देखो क्लिक करना। बैक जाना। ये रहते नाम
उसको
हो गया प्लीज।
अभी है अभी ठीक है बता दे
ठीक है ये रहते नहीं तो एक काम करना है
अभी है तो यहाँ पे
और सुन बड़ा करना मतलब मेरे से junior batch attendance roll calls roll 1 2 3 6 7 7 8 9 10
प्रेजेंट
11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18
17
19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 47 48 49 50 51 52 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 ठीक है 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 69 71 72 रोल नंबर से यार चल बाद में काट लेंगे ठीक है बस 3 एब्सेंट है ऊपर सारे एब्सेंट
किसी को ठीक है The best investment you can make in yourself. Warren Buffett's word remind us that every moment we spend learning, engaging, and connecting is an investment in the leaders we are becoming. Good afternoon once again to our respected faculty members, distinguished guests, and our dear fellow participants. It has been an inspiring journey since morning, and what a way to continue it into the afternoon.
We began with powerful insights, thought provoking discussions, and meaningful exchanges from our speaker. And I must say, FinXpo 3.0 has truly lived up to its theme strategic synergies, scaling finance, technology, and growth. And to kickstart this journey, it is my absolute pleasure to have our leaders for the afternoon session. Mr. Rohit Gupta, founder and partner at Ashwasan Advisors, and Mr. Pankaj Bajaj, CEO and co-founder of ReFinserve. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Now, I would like to invite our moderator, Professor Devi Prasad Satpathy, to felicitate our leaders as a warm token of welcome. Thank you, sir. I now request our moderator to introduce and moderate the first session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to welcome you all the second sessions, Strategic Synergies, Selling Finance, Technology, and Growth. I hope you find an engaging session in the first half of the day with insightful discussion from our distinguished speakers. It is very difficult to moderate in the second half in the post-launch sessions, but we'll try to keep you engaged in these sessions. So this session is designed to take forward by exploring some of the practical perspective on finance, investment, and innovations shaping future of business. We are privileged to have with us two eminent speakers who bring a wealth of experience in the field of finance. Friends, we can see a tremendous change in the field of finance. If yesterday I'm looking at some of the data and figures. If you look at last years, you can see these geopolitical tensions. And coming to the finance, fintech sectors, and coming to the startup and AI innovations, lead to a very complex world. You can look at the currency issue. You can look at the trade tariff. You can look at the domestic factors. You can look at the supply chain pressures. You can look at the fiscal prudence. All are intentions. That political shape is not an easy. With this context, we have to shape firms and investors' perspective. With this kind of uncertainty, we have to delve into the world of finance. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think our expert will delve into this complex issue, how the finance is going to be in the futures, because it's a complex issue of integrations. We are integrating in the world economy, and there is a challenges, and there is a challenges in outside and challenges also inside. Though there are some positive notes, let me share some of the thoughts. So there is one thing I want to mention, is that private capital expenditure expected to rise by 21.5% in 25 and 26, reflecting a improving corporate financing, corporate finances, and attractive macroeconomic conditions that foster foreign investment across sectors. It's a good news. The Indian finance sector is booming with 25 fintech unicorn startups recognized in 2025. That's again a positive note. Key technologies such as AI, blockchain, embedded finance are reshaping the financial services and promoting digital adoptions across urban and rural areas. These are some positive notes. But as I told, there are some tensions in geopolitical to environmental concern. So with this backdrop, we have to discuss this panel discussions revolving around with the context and technology adoption with the field of finance. So let me introduce the first speaker. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rohit Gupta, a chartered accountant, a chartered accountant, angel investors, and an accomplished finance leader with 13 years of diverse experience spanning Big Four consulting, corporate finance, and dynamic startup environment. He is the founder and partner of Asbasan Advisor, where he guides business on capital structuring, fundraising, and strategic growth. As an angel investor, venture scout, and trusted financial advisor, I hope Mr. Gupta combined deep financial expertise with entrepreneurial visions, and his true passion lies in tackling complex financial challenges and uniting stakeholders around a shared mission of sustainable, scalable growth today. I think we will share some insights on journey a finance career. I think that will some insight which will shape your career in futures. So I'm looking forward to you, sir.
Okay. No, I don't have an PPT. Okay. Can I have a mic, please? Yeah. Audible? Okay, so I can't stand in one place and deliver any kind of, talk. So it's my general nature. I want to keep moving so I can see what you guys are looking up to. I want you to look at my face, laugh if you want. If you want to shout, you can shout. I know post-lunch sessions are like bad loans, very bad to, very difficult to recover, right? Some of you are smiling, some of you didn't get what I'm saying. But can we turn this into an asset? How's the Josh? No, it's low. How's the Josh? Are you ready to rock? Okay. So before I start, I need 10 volunteers to stand up. Just stand up in your place who wants to volunteer, and then we'll move forward. Excellent, enough. Okay. So one by one, I'll say one word to you, and you need to say or comprehend whatever comes first to your mind. Okay? कुछ कुछ छोटा देखा है उसमें वो खेलते हैं अपने पापा के साथ एक वर्ड बोलते हैं आपके मन में जो पहला वर्ड आता है वो बोलना है ठीक है okay so for you career the first word which is coming to your mind finance what fresher okay journey beautiful career finance journey sorry long problem startup successful an investor angel college life sorry place to learn okay please sit down excellent okay so when we talk about career in finance right so what does career means right so for some it's luck for some it's hard work and for someone it's a means to earn right but for me a career is something or rather you build a career when you solve something right when you're solving someone's problem that's when you should start to think that you've done something in your career right as for example say you're joining a corporate so when you're joining a corporate why is the corporate hiring you to solve the problems when you're building something when you're building something of your own why you want to build because you want to solve the problems of your customers and that's how a career is defined when you're working as a professional this era or the Gen Z era, right? They might not be aware of a lot of options. I mean, when they are aware of a lot of options, but when we started working, we were aware of only two options when we took commerce as a career option. One was CA, another was banking. That's it. So I'm talking about 18 to 20 years back when I, took a decision of doing CA. But let's take this journey a little bit, more towards the primitive stage, say 40 years ago. So 40 years ago, when a person used to take commerce, especially in a Baniya or a Sindhi or a, this kind of families, and they would say कि मुझे CA करना है. So the first reaction they would get from their parents was, हाँ बेटा कर ले, लड़की अच्छी मिल जाएगी और दहेज भी अच्छा मिलेगा. Correct. So that was precisely the expectation of parents when we used to tell them 40 years back that we want to do a CA or get into some government job. The second best option was obviously banking, wherein you join as a clerk and eventually you rise to a GM and retire. But the game changed. The game absolutely changed when erstwhile PM and Finance Minister at that time, Mr. Manmohan Singh, liberalized the entire economy in the year 1991 and 1992. What happened? Can someone tell me what happened then? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaidev from the junior batch.
Yes.
So he led to globalization in which the countries could trade freely with other foreign countries.
Okay. Anything else?
Hello, myself Varunga from the junior batch. He also introduced privatization policy, new policies in which the government organizations turn into private organizations or new private organization, which previously were difficult to open or because of licensee era. They come up with new banking sector like HDFC opened in the 92 91, I think. And also liberalization policy, they reduce licenses for businesses and other trade practices.
Excellent. Please, someone from this line, right? Yeah. Or you want to say the same thing? Okay. I think you also wanted to same. Were you doing chat GPT at the same time? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself,
Yes.
Divya Anand, bearing roll number MMSBF 25017. So, late Dr. Manmohan Singh opened the market for foreign investors so that we can get more and more investment and we can grow.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So this is what happened. When liberalization happened, a lot of MNCs took control of India. Right? Do you agree or disagree? Agree. So the MNCs took control of Indian businesses. They literally took. But there was one benefit which came out of it. It opened other avenues of career for finance professionals. Right? And then when MNCs were taking over the Indian market, the Harshad Mehta happened. Right? Why I'm saying Harshad Mehta, not the scam, but the Harshad Mehta. He taught Indians how to trade in market or how to invest the money. And that's how the definition of a trader, an investor, or investment banker came into picture. And lot of people left their CA practice, left their banking jobs, and became a full-time trader or investor. And they started to take it as a career option. उसके बाद क्या हुआ? अरे वो छोड़ो ना, तो आज भी होता है ना. Yes. ये देखो. That is why I'm talking to these people. Right? They are absolutely genius. Then SEBI happened. So बोलते हैं ना, necessity is the mother of all invention. SEBI was invention of a fraud committed in stock market by so-called Harshad Mehta. I won't say it a fraud, but yes, what other people are referring to. Again, it again opened another avenue of career, surveillance, financial market surveillance. And yes, another word in the world of finance got introduced. Then, when people started investing in markets, right, they started dealing with, traded securities. There were other companies which wanted to go and get listed in the stock market, but they needed some help. उसके बाद क्या हुआ? उनको हेल्प किसने किया? Who helped them? Consultants and valuations, then valuers and investment bankers. So for these private companies who were not listed on the stock market, investment bankers pitched it, got them the investors and got them funded, and then eventually helped them list over the stock market so that everyone can take use of their profits. So again, another word got added in the career, investment banker. And how many of you wants to be an investment banker? इतने ही, तो बाकी को क्या करना है? And how many of you wants to be an entrepreneur? Excellent. Okay. So this was between 1990 to 2000. Post 2000, what happened? What happened post 2000? Foreign funds came to India. The hedge fund, the large hedge funds. तो अब कौन आ गए? एक और करियर ऑप्शन ऐड हुआ ना? कौन आया? हेज फंड मैनेजर्स. ये लोग क्या करते हैं? Can someone stand up and say, explain what a hedge fund manager does? Yes.
Hello, my name is Sagnik from the junior batch. Hedge fund typically is involved in creating market returns that are uncorrelated with the typical stock market. So it hedges against the typical stock market returns in order for their investors to gain uncorrelated returns that are
excellent. That's precisely what hedge fund managers do. They hedge your investments against market risks. अब क्या है? अब तो हम लोग बैठे हैं 2025 पे, बट आज से 10 साल पहले एक इंडिया में एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज आया था, करेक्ट? सो देयर वाज अ बिग चेंज व्हिच हैपेंड विद द इंडियन ecosystem of business. What was that? Yes, I think a lot of people know it. Yes, please. Okay, Geo got launched. Anything else? Sorry? Demonetization, okay. GST, okay. But, sorry? UPI and किस किस को फ्लिपकार्ट और ओला याद है? E-commerce. And which was the first startup of India? UPI. Which was the first so-called startup of India? Huh? Snapdeal. See, what I feel, okay, Snapdeal was definitely a couple of years before Flipkart, but technically Flipkart was the first so-called startup tagged company in India, which actually introduced the concept of startups, VC funding, and a growth part too. They basically showed कि इंडिया में स्टार्टअप कैसे करना चाहिए, correct? And after that, a lot of startups like Zomato, Ola, and other US startups came into picture, correct? But the startup was launched in 2011, and very few people knew that they raised their first round of funding in the year 2014 after struggling for 3 years. But nowadays, what happens? If you have an idea, then you can easily get funded if you have a good idea, right? So when I say that 10 years ago a big thing happened in the history of India was VCs came into picture, or the concept of AIF came into picture, alternate investment funds and venture capitalists. So again, another round of career or another name in career got introduced. What was it? Venture capitalist, or a venture investor, or an angel investor, or a startup investment. So many career options, right? सबको नींद आ रही है क्या? Okay. कोई बात नहीं. If I see someone doing like this, I would assume that he is visualizing his future in advance, right? Okay. So fast forward, if we have to analyze the career option between the pre-90s era, 1990 to 2000 and 2015 era, and post 2015 to 2025 and post 2025. So we would say that there were only 2 to 3 crore options pre 1990 area in finance, CA कर लो, banking में चले गए या फिर कोई civil services में treasury बन जाओ, government treasury को handle करो. Post 1990, two options got introduced: merchant banking or investment banking, and the stock market investment. उसके बाद जो ऐड हुआ that was hedge fund managers and VCs. अब क्या है? अब कुछ बचा है क्या? Is there anything left post 2025? What? What is left? Sorry? Private equity तो आ गया ना investment में. Huh? Okay. How about blockchain? How about finance influencers? How about finance content creators? How about wealth managers? How about fintech entrepreneurs who are creating infra or financial infra for the new Bharat? Don't you think these are also one of the career options? Career का मतलब job ही होता है क्या? होता है ना? What does career mean? What does career mean? Solving problem. इधर के लोग भूल गए, 2-3 लोगों को याद है. What does career mean? Solving problem. So if you're solving any problem in any field, right, जहाँ पे numbers involved है, that is your career. नितिन कामत, Zerodha का founder, वो क्या था? उसकी क्या education थी? He's the founder of Zerodha, right? But he built a financial product even though he was not a finance literate. Then Radhika Gupta, how many of you know Radhika Gupta from Shark Tank? She calls herself as the girl with the broken neck, right? So despite having that kind of injury, she built a career in finance, phenomenal career in finance as a wealth and capital market advisor. Right? And there are numerous examples. There are numerous examples who are creating a niche in this field, doing a lot of innovative things. Now, I meet a lot of founders every day because my work is to connect with founders and advise them on their fundraising strategy. And I am astonished to see the kind of concepts they are coming with. For example, last month I met a founder who wanted to create an education software, right, which will replace the teachers. अब सोचो, कोई फिजिकल टीचर नहीं है, यहाँ पे एक तो स्क्रीन पे एक टीचर है, उसे whatever you ask her or whatever you ask that, क्या बोलूं उसको he her क्या बोलूं समझ में नहीं आ रहा, but whatever you ask that AI, they will answer and in the most innovative way. ठीक है, एक बार समझ में नहीं आया, दूसरी बार समझाएगा, दूसरी बार नहीं आया, तीसरी बार समझाएगा, कोई डांटेगा ही नहीं. जितना बार पूछना पूछो, इरिटेट करना इरिटेट करो. ठीक है. Then there is a solution which facilitates global payments. Now you would ask कि banks भी तो करते हैं, correct? But banks charge enormous number of fees, enormous amount of forex markups. These people are doing it at a fixed fee. क्या अलग किया? कुछ अलग किया क्या? Customer problem solve की, कहां पर? Markup के ऊपर. They reduce the cost of customer. So कुछ और बचा है क्या? हमें कोई बार देखना होगा. Okay. Have you heard of product managers? Who are they? क्या करते हैं product manager? एक एक करके बोलो यार, दो ही कान है. According to? Okay. So what do you think should be the qualification of a product manager? That's it. Only qualification of a product manager is he should be logical enough to understand the problems and comprehend उसको ऐसे करे कि he is coming up with a solution. So a lot of finance professionals are getting into the product manager role in a fintech companies. So when you go to a fintech company like Skydo, you would find the product manager is a finance professional. When you go to you know a lot of क्या कौन सी कंपनी का नाम भी याद नहीं आ रहा मेरे को nevertheless okay or okay so this was about the journey of career in finance from starting from pre-liberalization area till now. And did you know that India will be the third largest GDP by 2030? Right. And 40% of the jobs will be eaten by AI. Are you aware of that? So what should you do? आप AI engineers तो हो नहीं, आप finance professionals हो, तो how will you survive? How are you going to survive? Yes, please. Okay. Anything else? Nothing. Okay. So basically, अगर आप if you want to survive the future, you should find innovative ideas to implement AIs in your real life situations. AI को यूज करके उससे प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन निकालना है, ना कि उसको सॉल्यूशन बना के प्रेजेंट करना है. There is a difference between it. Use AI to learn some languages as well, like Python, SQL. Being a finance professional doesn't mean कि आप खाली Excel sheets पे काम करोगे. You should also learn these technical things as well. Now suppose if I talk about my background, right, कि मेरा journey कैसा रहा है, just to give you a bird's eye view. So when I started CA and someone would have told me at that point of time that I would be talking AI, SQL, Python after 13 years of my career as CA, right, I would have laughed. I would have laughed out loud, right? But cut to today, I know that if I don't adapt to these things, I'm out of market. I moved from a mining company to a fintech startup. Can you imagine? I was working for a mining company, handling their projects, handling their operational efficiency, preparing their budgets, handling their finance. And then cut to, I got an opportunity from Bangalore Bank, Singapore-based fintech, as a head of finance. And when I went there, it was a complete different ball game. That the founder was talking to me like, hey, did you look at that API? And I was like, what is API? Right? Did you look at that algo? And I was like, what is algo? Right? So I have to eventually learn the concepts to survive. Right? So adaptability. So, and there was one study by a consulting firm which said that there will be more than 40 more career options which will evolve in the next 10 years, which has not yet been taken by anyone. So you can imagine the scope of finance professionals in career in future. So किस किस ने 3 Idiots देखी है? उसमें प्रोफेसर बोलता है ना विवेक सहस्त्र बुद्धि कि if you don't adapt you will be like broken anda. Correct? So that is the case with us. If we don't adapt to this technological era, we will be like broken anda. And with this, I rest my case and open the floor for any kind of questions. Thank you. Yes, we can take some questions. Yes, please. By the way, I hope the session was not boring enough to make you feel sleep. Okay. Sorry? Oh, glad to hear that, ma'am.
I think everyone has data, and we are all talking about it. That coming of AI, take away the job. There are also other side that but also enhance what complexities of that. You have also like said, we don't know what are the future opportunity also is very difficult right now. Can it possible that some of the scope we can see the future to that today?
See, I have a very different view with respect to human intelligence and artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence can never take over human intelligence. Okay? So, yes, there will be some ups and downs, right, wherein people will be a little hesitant in in early stage to adapt to these things. But we know that, previously when computers came, no one wanted to, learn it. But now you can't stay without computers. So that is the thing with AI. It's just a AI revolution going on. And with time, people will adapt to it. And, it will become an integral part of our life, right? But yes, human intelligence is human intelligence. God has, prepared us in that way. We are the ones who are creating, artificial intelligence. So डिमांड तो ह्यूमन का कम कभी होगा नहीं ह्यूमन नहीं है तो एआई भी नहीं एचआई नहीं है तो एआई भी नहीं होगा करेक्ट सो दैट इज टेक ऑन इट
Like I was reading somewhere, like in India, on 75,000, there is one personal finance advisor, or you can say wealth advisor. So, of course, there is a huge opportunity to become a wealth advisor, or you can move into financial advisory. These kind of roles are coming into picture, and of course, like finance content creator. So, like you can say only 1% are the creators, and almost like there are a lot of our creator, lot of our consumers. So if you like to write, if you like to share your opinions, if you like to share your insights, of course you can see a career as a finance content creator, as a wealth advisory career. So these kind of opportunity, of course, you can look up to, and that is very like in scope and very helpful to make good money out of this. So of course, these kinds of career you can look up to.
yes you may continue please
Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Sanjit. I'm from MSBF first year. So like we are talking about investments, founders, and this. So can you tell what is the best time to exit from an investment? And because we have seen many times a company is doing well, and when it starts dripping, many investors exit. But when it's dripping at the lowest, many investors stays with that company. So can you elaborate on that?
okay so see whether a company will do good or bad it depends on two factors okay no three factors I would say one is how is the founder or what is the vision of the founders next is the industry outlook the industry in which the company is functioning another is the macroeconomic factors right so macroeconomic factors means government policies government regulations and then it comes the industry you're working in how the government policies are impacting that particular industry and within that industry how your company is doing with respect to its competitors right so if you see that a company is not growing at par with its competitors and there's problem with the vision of the founder you should exit but if you see if it's a temporary issue right suppose in a manufacturing company sometimes the company goes into a downfall because of some capital expenditure or some research and development cost right then you should invest it right because the company might be doing something which will yield better results in future right so it's a function of all these three factors and you should judge accordingly thank you yes please
Good evening, sir. My name is Hitakshi. So my question is where one can start their career in finance or like what skills they should possess. For example, I want to start in wealth management, but I cannot just start like wealth advisor. So what build I need to build a base.
So if you want to build the base, I would suggest you join any wealth management firm as an intern or as an employee. Gain experience there. And there are a lot of wealth management related courses as well, which are introduced by SEBI and other financial institutions. Do that, gain some theoretical knowledge and join some wealth advisory firm. I think that's the best way to learn these things, because more than technicals, it's more of a soft skills game, right? Because when you are doing wealth management, you will be dealing with, CEOs of the company or high net worth individuals. So talking to their bandwidth needs a little bit of, different mindset. So join a wealth management firm. I think that should suffice your requirement. Yeah, please.
So my question is that as we know, technology is now very much involved around finance also. So could you throw us some light on financial risk management thing about how because that also use Python and all.
Okay. So I'll give you one classic example of one of my clients, right? So it's a Bangalore-based client. They came to us for fundraising. They have a revenue of 5 crores and they're asking for a valuation of $25 million. Okay? Most of you will be laughing, right? Why? Yeah, 5 crore के revenue पे भी मेरे से 250 crore की valuation मांग रहा है. Why? Should I also laugh at him? No. What I did, why? I asked him why. The only question I can ask is, why? And then he explained me the product. Well, now I'll tell you what the product does. Now this product is an enterprise risk management software which gives any kind of fraud indicators or analytics on your existing ERP. So we क्या करेगा? You're using an SAP and it has say 15, 16 modules. The payments module, receivables module. Now this software will get integrated to SAP and they have more than 2000 predefined risk management logics. उसके बेसिस पे every day it will create a dashboard for you कि इसकी पेमेंट एक्स्ट्रा हो गई है, इस कस्टमर का पैसा नहीं आया, ये कस्टमर इसके रिलेटिव का है, so this kind of things. And then I understood why they're asking for a valuation of $25 million on a revenue of $500,000. So I think that answers your question. Okay, thank you. So that is why I gave him an example of a similar kind of company so that he understands, that there's a scope for it. Yeah. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Aradhya Jain from the junior batch. My question is that recently the person who received a prize for innovation of AI spoke about its downsides, that how it's developing its own language and how humans won't be able to understand that. So over time, how are we going to cope with that? If we want to use AI, we need to be able to control it and we need to be able to understand it. But if it's moving beyond the understanding limits of humans, so how are we going to incorporate that in finance?
ऐसा कुछ होने वाला है नहीं, ठीक है. कोई भी AI revolution takes decades to get implemented, ठीक है. Now humans are the ones who have developed AI, and if they see in future that AI is taking over them, stop it. Happened multiple times in the industry कि जब भी कोई चीज out of control जाती है उसको वहीं पे stop किया जाता है. So obviously the one who is developing the AI must be aware of its risk, so they will be taken care accordingly. So ऐसा कुछ होने वाला है नहीं, but अगर बस again इसका एक ही उपाय है, yourself जितना तुम पढ़ सकते पढ़ो, plus I think it's more from the development point of view, right, from the engineering point of view कि AI वहाँ पे इतना चला जाएगा, but yes there are a lot of fields जहाँ पे AI का कोई application नहीं है. अभी स्वीपर है जो झाड़ू लगाता है पोछा करता है, उसके लिए AI का कोई मतलब है क्या? नहीं है. जो चाय बना रहा है उसके लिए कोई AI का मतलब है क्या? नहीं है. करेक्ट. तो वेयर इज AI really relevant is mostly relevant in the tech fields.
Yes.
ठीक है, और फाइनेंस में भी एक हद तक एआई एप्लीकेशन हो सकता है, उसके बाद ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस की जरूरत है। रिटर्न फाइल करने एआई रिटर्न फाइल कर देगा क्या? क्या नहीं करेगा। एआई बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स बना देगा एक हद तक, पर उसको एनालिसिस कर पाएगा क्या पूरा डिटेल में? नहीं कर पाएगा। दैट ओनली ह्यूमन कैन डू, राइट? सो डोंट वरी अबाउट कि एआई ह्यूमंस को सरपास कर जाएगा। आई एम अगेन सेइंग, आई एम अ स्ट्रॉन्ग बिलीवर दैट ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस को एआई सरपास नहीं कर सकता है एट कितना भी एडवांस हो जाए। So believe in your intelligence and believe that you are the creators of AI. It's not the other way around. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello. My name is Sagne from the junior batch.
Yes.
My question for you is, given that you've discussed the past trajectory of the regulators and how that has enabled and let the finance industry flourish and open up many avenues for careers, well, what do you speculate might be the future potential with regards to regulation? And if this could potentially also detract and perhaps even lead to a technocratic the development, and because there's a rat race going on between the bigger nations with regards to who gets to AGI first, or basically because AI right now is also sometimes analogous to the threat of nuclear warfare to some extent as well. So that's why there's a lot of spending going on. Even the big tech companies are spending a lot of money on the development of this technology. So do you see the regulators also adopting it, like embracing the changes with the technology, or do you think the resistance is going to be significant?
See, regulators are definitely adapting to it. It comes from two factors. One is what your, what other countries are doing, what other global powers are doing, right? Because if other global powers are adapting to these newer technologies and developing far better products than India, then obviously they will also try to develop something on those lines, on those similar lines, so that they are not left behind. Another is the internal capability of the regulators, right? So I'm not sure if I've been able to answer your question, but yes, I think regulators are also adapting to these technologies. So private equity we mentioned, right? When we spoke about venture capitalists, so it included, private equity and all. Yeah. Okay, please.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. I
Yeah.
am Ritvik. I am from MMSBA first year. I want to ask you that looking ahead.
I'm not able to hear you completely.
Looking ahead, how do you see the greatest opportunity in the synergy between finance and technology, which can give someone a competitive edge?
See, there will always be a synergy between finance and technology, right? So suppose you get out of this college, you pass out of this college, and you want to do something on your own, and then you identify a particular field in finance, right, which needs automation, right? So you may leverage, technology and develop a product, right, which is solving that particular issue. As for example, in banking, a lot of robotic process automation happens, and there are specialized companies for that. As for example, when you open your bank account, you see ledgers, right? So those ledgers are not created exactly by these CPS core banking solution systems. It's created through RPA, which is being done by third party, right? So that's how you can, leverage the finance problems with technology. So कोई प्रॉब्लम कुछ भी हो सकती है ना, समझ लो कि you want to send money to your relative in US, but through banks they are charging you $100, even though you want to send some thousand. So 10% of payment fees ही दे रहे हो. So you may develop some technology which can act as a intermediary, gateway, payment gateway, जो वो $1 पे कर देता है. Correct. So from $100 to $1, you literally brought down the entire cost to 1%. and then you can scale it. You can sell it to other people. You can let other people know that you build this kind of technology which facilitates cross-border payments at such a cheap rate, right? So that's how you can do. Identify one problem, then see whether you can automate it with the help of technology, then you can do it. ठीक है? आज के दिन जो ERP, कोई भी ERP system है, SAP, Oracle, so you just put in the transaction entries, right? You don't prepare trial balance or balance sheets auto prepared, right? Because the backend logics are given that way. So that is also one classic example of finance with technology. Otherwise पहले हम लोग 20 साल 25 साल पहले हाथ से बनाते थे ना, वो 2 रुपए का भी डिफरेंस अगर आ जाता था बैलेंस शीट में तो पागल हो जाते थे कि 2 रुपए का डिफरेंस कहाँ से आया, करेक्ट? वो टेक्निकल द बैलेंस शीट्स टू टैली. So this is the use case. You can identify any use case. Then you can see that whether you can automate it with help of technology, and then you can move forward.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, ma'am.
So you were mentioning that perhaps AI would come and replace the teachers also. Like you meant, I mean, so I was just visualizing, and you also mentioned that the AI, like he, she, or they, would be addressing the students, and students can ask as many questions as they want, right?
Not only teachers, but ma'am, AI girlfriends, AI boyfriends, AI companions. These products are there. I mean, you can look up AI girlfriend product is there from. See, a lot of people.
Oh, they are already.
Yeah, they already. Yeah.
Yeah. So my concern is not about the questions that AI can answer. Definitely, AI would know all the answers, and the students would ask as many questions, and the AI would never get irritated and all. But my concern is the session is being taken by AI, and the students are not asking any questions. How will the AI be able to engage them? Because
See, so there could be multiple technological parameters that I don't know if you've seen the series called Squid Games.
Squid Games, no, not.
You've
I
seen?
haven't
Okay.
seen.
How many of you have seen it?
Oh my God, all of them.
Okay. So when you start the Squid Game, what was the name of the first game? What was the name of the first game? Red light, green light. So there was a game called Red Light. So there was a doll who has eyes watching all the people. And when they say green light, people need to move. And when they say red light, the people need to stop. And when the doll is mentioned red light and you're still moving, you will be shot. Right? So that's how we can imagine these AI teachers, that they will be equipped with sensors which can identify whether the students are getting engaged or not.
And also the AI will be in a position to ask questions to them
Yes,
as well.
yes, they can become so advanced that they are able to question individually to each questions, each person.
Okay, so another 10 years,
No, no, no.
5 years,
2-3 years.
2-3 years.
Yeah.
Sir, sir.
I have seen that same thing when COVID-19 happens and online teaching got right. That there is a saying that teacher's job will go away, online teaching, our professor will teach and student will teach.
नहीं
That
वो
is
तो
the
क्या
thing
ना वो
happened.
टेम्पररी फेज था सर. दैट वाज अ वेरी टेम्पररी फेज. आई नेवर, और ऑनलाइन आ गया तो ऑफलाइन खत्म हो जाएगा, ठीक है. देयर वर लॉट ऑफ पीपल लाइक हु बिलीव्ड इन ऑफलाइन काइंड ऑफ सेटअप, राइट? बट you need to understand why this concept of AI girlfriend, AI companion, or AI teacher is coming, right? AI teacher concept is coming because there is a dearth of teachers. People don't want to take up teaching as a profession. राइट? आज से 20 साल पहले जितने टीचर्स आज आप देखो सब लोग अपने करियर में आगे बढ़ने के लिए पैसा कमाना है तो दे गेट एजुकेटेड एंड दे गेट इनटू कॉर्पोरेट जॉब्स. No one wants to become a teacher. So that is why this need has become, the need has come up. So this is another problem which was identified and the solution is being catered. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि अब टीचर्स रहेंगे नहीं तो पढ़ाएगा कैसे? तो कोई ना कोई सॉल्यूशन तो लाना पड़ेगा. So again this is an experiment. वो सक्सेसफुल हो भी सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है, who knows?
Again, adding to that, we are always talking in finance world who regulator. There is always a question mark on the regulators. Regulators are there to regulating the institutions, but who will regulate the regulators? Now, who will regulate this AI?
Who will guard the guardians?
That's a very tricky question to ask. I mean, I'm not sure But
You
I
can
think it depends on the individual country's government how they come up with a framework to regulate those.
that is
Right.
again, this problem has happened already in China. They are thinking to restrict AI because
Yeah.
of some problems. And there is a apprehension in medical sector also that you put the prescription, AI will give you the medications. Now it is put them into trouble. So that's the kind of
See,
problem
sir,
we can see.
there are a lot of what to say weird products available in the market, right? I don't even want to talk about it, right? But let's, I think, yeah. Yes, sure, please.
So I was talking about in the first session today that responsible AI as a term has become very important, especially to address the questions that you have. Who will train the trainer, right? So as we see right now, Meta, ChatGPT, all these tech companies, they don't have a very strong responsible AI practice in place. This is still evolving. I think it will be a couple of more years before even we see something like a regulation for AI. Right now, there is no regulation, which is why anything you put on the public domain becomes their data feed. So anything you write is good enough for them to create some kind of feed out of it. So be very careful what you ask ChatGPT, especially really this is a real scenario. Somebody asked something and then later they got to know that the information was leaked all over and AI used it as a training material for themselves. So until that those regulations come into place, please be very careful of how you use ChatGPT. If you use it for your exams, you might never know. One day we'll also find out that you have been, using unfair means to prepare your material. So yeah, that's my answer.
Just to add to the regulation part, right? So we are talking about regulation in AI, right? So similar thing happened a few years ago when government came up with regulation with respect to gaming companies, right? So to restrict it, they put in 28% GST. But after 3-4 years, when they saw that it's getting out of hand and more gaming companies are coming to it, a lot of people are getting addicted to it, they completely stopped it. Right. So I think similar kind of approach may be taken by the governments. And with respect to ChatGPT, I don't know how many of you know, but I'll give you a prompt. Just go and test it. So you will know that how much ChatGPT knows about you. So go to ChatGPT and just write based on whatever discussion I had with you. Let me know what my personality is. That's it. You will understand what kind of, devil you're talking to. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was truly an engaging and insightful discussion. Thank you so much, sir, and a big thanks to Baby Sir. I now request our moderator to present memento as a mark of heartfelt appreciation.
Moving ahead, we are thrilled to welcome another visionary leader. Please join me in giving him a big cheers, everyone. I request our moderator, Devi sir, to kindly felicitate Sir Pankaj Bajaj with a bouquet.
Uh, Indeed, it is my honor to introduce our next panel, Mr. Pankaj Bajaj, a visionary entrepreneur and the co-founder of CO FinXpo Private Limited, an award-winning leader recognized by the government of Haryana for entrepreneurial excellence and innovations. Mr. Bajaj brings over a decade of proven expertise in brand building, startup scaling, and guiding business towards a long-term success. An alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, executive program in sales and marketing, and also holding an MBA from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra. He continued to inspire both industry peers and emerging professionals like us. So today he will speak on scaling finance, tech, and growth. I'm looking forward to it, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It feels great to be standing in front of some of the brightest minds of this country. And it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you, CAS team, for inviting me here. There is one confusion. I was told that I'll be presenting in front of finance students, but I don't see finance students. But what I see future leaders sitting out there. I see the future CFOs. Probably some of the folks who are going to build the next big unicorns in India. So all the best, guys. Thank you. So it's good to bring the energy back in the room. It's the last presentation, so please hold on for some time. Yeah. So this is the agenda for today's presentation. I'll start with my journey in finance because it is always good to introduce yourself unless you are Shah Rukh Khan. And second, I'll talk about building RefinServe. So RefinServe is my startup, and coincidentally, it is also focusing on financing and lending space. And then we'll cover how finance and technology, when they come together, they create magic. Then fourth would be lessons for you from my journey. Then we'll have a Q&A session. So my early career. So I come from a very humble background. I come from a small city, Kurukshetra. If you guys have not heard of Kurukshetra, it's a city where Mahabharata was fought. So it has a very rich and cultural heritage. I belong to that city, and I did my studies from there. So when I was doing my MBA from NIT Kurukshetra, I got campus recruited in Mahindra Finance, and I was going through your prospectus. I saw that Mahindra is also one of the tutors here for your program. So I was campus recruited. So when I was campus recruited, I had a couple of more offers in hand, and my parents said that you should not go for Mahindra Finance because they were giving me a posting in a hilly area. They were, giving me a posting in Himachal Pradesh, and I had never been to Himachal hilly area. But I thought that okay, this is a challenge for me. Let me take this challenge, and I started with zero knowledge of finance and lending. Started by my career with Mahindra and went on to work for 12 years in banking and lending domain before starting my own startup. So, like I spent 7 years at my first job, Mahindra Finance. So Mahindra is one of the leading NBFCs in India. They focus on automotive financing, and their forte is they focus on tier 2, tier 3 cities. They are not very active in metros. So what they do is, so I'm talking about 2013 when I joined Mahindra. At that time, I would say tech usage was negligible. So how we used to lend to our customers? So our team members, whenever our customer applies for a loan, our team would go to the customer's place. They would count how many buffaloes customer has, how's the house, is it kacha, is it pakka, how many members are there in the family, whether the wife of the customer is earning or not. So it was all judgmental. There was no tech, there was no banking, there were no financial. It was all individuals' capability to judge the repayment capacity of the individual. So that was how I started my career and worked there for 7 years. I was one of the fastest to be promoted to regional manager, and I would say that would happen because I had the power of curiosity. I never said no to anything, and whenever there was any task given to me, I said yes. So I would say we have come so far that now when I say how lending is happening today, so today, I would say earlier it used to take 7 days to get a loan done. Whenever a customer applies for a loan, it used to take 7, 8 days just to get a yes or no whether you are eligible for a loan. But now what is happening? It's a 2-minute Maggie formula now. Now what banks would do, they would just, now they don't need your Aadhaar
now they don't need your PAN card. What they do is they just need one OTP from you, and from that OTP they will be able to verify your Aadhaar card, PAN card. They just need your OTP for bank statement. They'll be able to verify what is the banking balance in your account, and it is all digital now. Within 2 minutes, you can get a decision whether you're eligible for a loan or not. So after spending 12 years in corporate, I worked for some of the leading brands like Mahindra I mentioned. Then I worked for SBI, which is the leading bank in India. And after working for these leading brands, I thought that, okay, now I should, try my hands on a startup. I should work in a fintech. Then I moved to one of the, fintech companies, which was later acquired by Volkswagen. So Volkswagen, if you don't know, it is one of the leading OEMs in car manufacturing. Skoda, Audi, VW, these all are brands of Volkswagen Germany. So there, they were the first company, one of the first companies in India which introduced tech for lending in vehicle financing space. So what they did, they witnessed that the used car market in India was very unorganized. It was very broken. So they brought in tech, to digitalize end-to-end journey from applying a loan to getting the disbursement in the customer's account. They try to digitalize that. So I worked for that startup for 2.5 years. Then I worked with an e-commerce company in Bangalore, which focused on buying and selling more automobiles through their e-commerce platform. So I worked with traditional lenders. I worked with couple of startups. And I thought that okay, now I've gained experience of every field. Now I should start something on my own. I saw an opportunity in rural India. I saw that India is a $86 billion auto finance market, and so largely I would say 80% of the market comprises of tier 2, tier 3 cities, and there is no company, no startup which is focusing on real India, which I say Bharat. So we thought that okay, let's bring a platform where we would digitalize the loan applications of a farmer in a very small city, a businessman who doesn't file ITR, who doesn't have much lender options. So the problem statement in rural India is like, unlike metros where you get multiple dozens of banks as a lender, in rural India they have limited knowledge, like whether they can apply for a loan. So what they were doing were they were going to a local money lender, and that local money lender would charge very high, as high as 5% per month interest rate, which annually becomes 60%. Or they would go to a jeweler, they would give their jewelry as hypothecation, take money against that. So we saw that this is a massive market which is highly unorganized, highly unregulated. So let us create something for this market. So that's why we started a company, FinXpo, with focus on this tier 3 and rural India, and the focus was automotive lending. So we opened up 4 branches in a year, and like within a very short span of time, we have served more than 5,000 customers. And how we did it? So we saw 3 key stakeholders in this journey. One was the dealer who was into the business of buying and selling of cars. So what we saw in rural India, that dealer typically has its own showroom. So how is getting the customers? So whenever a customer is coming to that showroom, he's able to convert that. But the digital leads are negligible. It's all offline play. If the customer walks in, he'll be able to get business. If the customer doesn't walks in, he is not able to get any business. So we thought that okay, let us digitalize this. Let us build Amazon for cars. So we went to those dealers, like we empaneled more than 200 dealers. We said that okay, you are into offline business of buying and selling of cars. So we have a platform. So this is just a home screen of our platform. That we have a platform. Why don't you list your inventory over this website and build an e-commerce platform as well? So we saw great result in that, and we said that okay, now you have got a platform to sell your inventory, to get online traffic. So we saw that 90% of transactions were happening on finance. So we enabled digital finance options also. So on our platform, if any customer comes, they can get loan from 30 plus banks and NBFCs. So we are India's first automotive lending platform which is focusing on rural India. So the dealers were able to upsell. They were able to sell more inventory because of the e-commerce platform. So we solved for dealers. Then the problem statement for customers was, as I mentioned earlier, they had limited options of lenders, and the existing lenders were charging very high rates. So we brought in 30 plus lenders The entire journey is end-to-end digital, like from the application till the disbursement, everything is transparent, digital. So the customer gets the best rate from the lenders. And because since we are bringing so many lenders, there is an competition between the lenders, and customers are also getting benefited out of that. Uh, Citing this, we were awarded by government for entrepreneur excellence. I believe we are one of the very few companies who got this organic award within a very short span of time. So now, what happens when finance and technology come together? And I believe it creates magic, because the fundamentals of finance are always going to remain the same. The way you keep the book, you maintain books, it's going to be the same. The way you maintain your P&L balance sheet, it's going to be the same. Finance can help you decode the past performance of any individual or company. But when you integrate tech in your, financial tools, it can help you, assess how the company is going to perform in the future. Finance helps you understand the background. Finance helps you understand the past repayment behavior of an individual, but tech can help you predict what's going to happen in next 6 months or probably 12 months. So today, like, the problem in India is we are 140 crore population in India, but how many of them pay taxes in India? It's very less. But with the help of tech, people don't file income tax returns because they want to save taxes, they want to evade it. But now banks have also become smart. They know that even if you are not filing IATR, just through one OTP, they can access your GST returns. So they can, by leveraging tech, they can forecast that what is your current sale, how you are moving forward. They can access the banking balance in your account. Even if you are not filing an ITR, you don't have a repayment track record, banks can access by leveraging technology that, okay, every month this is the transaction which is coming into your account, and this is the obligation every month you're paying to your family or to the lenders, and this is the remaining balance in your account. So let's say if you are able to maintain 1 lakh of balance in your account, you can afford a 50,000 per month EMI. So that's how banks are leveraging technology these days. Even if you don't report it, they can still decode your financial statements. So I believe when finance and tech come together, you get smarter, faster, and more sustainable growth. So with this, I'll move to how technology is transforming lending. So like so many of you might be getting pre-approved credit card offers these days. If not, as soon as you start earning, you'll get one offer. So how you are getting these offers? Because banks are leveraging technology. So banks know that these are the UPI transactions on the daily basis you are doing. So they understand this is the amount coming in your account. So basis that, they're able to forecast that, okay, you'll be able to maintain a credit limit of, let's say, 1 lakh rupee. So as soon as you start doing any transactions, as soon as you start earning, banks will start giving you pre-approved offers. They'll start giving you personal offers. They'll start giving you credit cards. They'll start offering you, home loans, or probably as start earning more, you'll get car loan and other offers as well. So this is happening just because banks are leveraging technology. Now, right now, sitting in Odisha, if you are into any business, you can digitally onboard any customers. Now you don't have to visit bank for any repetitive day-to-day task. Anything can be done digitally. And so I personally have never visited to a bank branch since last couple of years. Everything can be done through your mobile banking, through your internet banking. Now comes the risk management. So technology is also helping in mitigating the risk. Before I give this example in finance, so how many of you are aware that Osama bin Laden was the world's most wanted terrorist? How he was tracked down? Any idea? Yeah, that was one. Images were one. But what led to capturing those images? Yeah, satellite was one, but what led them to satellite images was, so USA, when they were in search of Osama bin Laden, they came up with a banking transaction tracking system wherein they were decoding the transactions which were happening between Afghanistan and the shell companies in Arab, and they were able to identify that there is a linkage, there is a unauthorized suspicious transaction, financial transaction happening between some of the shell companies, and they were able to track down those transactions, which ultimately led to the capture of Osama bin Laden. So see, like by leveraging technology, like how you are mitigating the risk. And when it comes to banking, you can AI. So I'll give you one example. So one big problem for banks and the lenders earlier was whenever any customer took a loan, let's say someone is posted today in Odisha and took a loan from, let's say, HDFC Bank, probably he might get transferred after 1 year to some another city and he stops paying the EMI of HDFC Bank. Then what happens? HDFC Bank will come to, probably his residence in, Odisha. They'll try to track him down. But since the customer is not here, they'll not be able to track him. But that was the case earlier on. Now, based on AI, banks are able to, identify the pin codes where customer is residing currently. They can access the reports like, okay, recently that customer has moved to some other city. He has recently taken a loan in Delhi. So currently he might be in Delhi. So banks, it is helping banks, mitigate their risk to a very significant manner. So I'm sure many of you are fond of using Instagram. And whenever you watch any particular type of content, you'll start getting similar content. So that is personalization at its best. So banks are also doing the same. Now let's say banks are also trying to analyze. Okay, there's a person who's very fond of lifestyle products. He likes doing shopping every now and then. He likes buying sneakers, funky t-shirts, expensive gadgets. So let's give him a credit card linked with my Mintra. So they'll start giving you offer, lifestyle offer. Okay, you're eligible for a credit card, co-partnered with Mintra, because they are understanding your behavior. So AI is helping them personalize the offerings for you. Similarly, a person's capability to repay the loan could be different from other person. So basis that, banks are also able to offer you customized loan. So you must have seen that someone is getting a loan approved, although you guys have same income, someone will get a loan approved for, let's say, 20 lakhs, the other will get for 30 lakhs, because banks understand your repayment behavior, they understand your behavioral pattern. That's why they are offering you customized solutions. So, so my advice for future leaders would be keep learning always. Whenever there is any task given to you, always say yes to it, because you never know what it can lead you to. And I would also say that, I'm sure many of you like playing cricket, especially boys. If not playing, you must be watching cricket. So Sachin has been the greatest batsman world has ever produced. He has scored the most runs in the world, one of the most decorated cricketer. And if you guys don't know that Sachin and Vinod Kambli, they started their career together. Both of them were equally talented, and some experts even said that Kambli is even better than Sachin when it comes to stroke playing and abilities. But Kambli had to retire at the age of 22, and Sachin went on to become the world's best batsman. So what differentiated both of them? They both started together. They both, trained under the same coach. They both started their, first class cricket together. The difference was attitude. While Sachin kept going, he was consistent on the field, off the field. Kambli had behavioral issues. So I would say, in the long term, it is attitude and consistency which will win over talent. And third, I would say build your personal brand. It is very important, like some of my colleagues also mentioned. So, jo dikhta hai wo bikta hai. So, in this world where it is full of influencers, finfluencer, it is very important to create your own identity. So, build your personal brand. It is very important. And at the last, I would say, if there is an opportunity, one offers you high paying job, and the other offers you a challenging assignment, I would say pick challenging assignment in initial years, because that's going to pay you far better in the longer term. Thank you. We are open for the Q&A. Yeah.
So hi sir, my name is Sanjit from
Hi.
I'm from the first year. I'm come from the same region where you come from, and I have seen that people of the rural areas there and the people from tier 2 and tier 3 cities are not very adaptive towards the technology and does not have the proper knowledge. Even some majority of the rural population doesn't have a digital phone with them. And your startup is completely based on the tech, and though the startup is very good and very helpful for them, but how you will make them visible, your startup at the rural at the villages, how they can be, and do you providing any literacy programs for them to get educated regarding that?
Yeah. Thank you for your question and very apt one. See, any challenge, it is very, whenever you are bringing any change, it is very challenging to implement. But I would try to, correlate this with, UPI. So today, like you go to any shopkeeper, you are having a tea at a tea, you're paying to a tea vendor, you'll use UPI. You're going in an auto, you can pay through UPI to your auto driver. Who would have thought this, a couple of years back? So yes, change is always difficult to implement, but yes, as you mentioned that we are running some financial literacy programs. So we are not just pushing our customers through tech. We have a feel and touch model as well. So unlike the other banking institutes which normally give a dedicated relationship manager only to the HNI individuals, we are giving a dedicated relationship manager to our rural customers as well, because we know that initially it would need some hand holding, and once they develop a habit, it's a DIY kind of thing. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Jaidev from the junior batch. I would like to ask you, like, what are the main challenges you are facing in the rural area procuring credit? Because, as you mentioned, they don't have any credit payback or something like that. So they might not have a credit history or credit rating. So is that a challenge for you to procure loans from the NBFCs to the customers?
It's not that challenging now, because now we have if I particularly talk about automotive lending, we have 50 plus lenders in India, and I would say now there is a lender for each type of customer in India today. Like for the salaried ones, those who are earning good, there is HDFC, there is ICICI, there is Axis. But for those like who are not documenting their income is still in cash, we have many NBFCs which are rendering their services to them. So the only main thing is if you're able to connect the right set of lender with that customer can get access to credit. Getting access to credit, it's just about bridging the right lender with the customer. It's not that India doesn't have lenders now. India has the lender for each type of customer now. Yeah. Yeah.
I think why this kind of coming to startup? Why you think there is an enormous potential, or to earn more money, or what motivates?
Yes, sir. Although, like, I would say that whatever I've learned in job only, and I'm highly grateful for that. But one thing was like I wanted to create something meaningful, something impactful. So I thought that if I'll build something of my own, I'll be able to impact more lives. So we wanted to build a company which was for the people, by the people. That's why we thought of building this platform.
But another question, I don't know. I have
Yeah.
astonished the way the PhonePe has transformed the
Yeah.
technology today. You
Yeah.
go to the small shop today in vegetable shop, also
Yes,
vendor.
yes.
They are using PhonePe. Even
Yes.
1 rupee now it is.
Yes, yes.
So, do you think that kind of transformation is taking place in automobile sector?
Yes, yes, definitely. I would say, although like a couple of years back, Indian market is $86 billion in automotive financing. The online penetration was just 1%. Now it has increased to 10%. So it is also increasing. I would say, gone are the days like when it used to take a couple of days to get a auto loan done. Now, if you have banking relationship with any of the bank, you can get the loan in the same day. So things are democratizing in automotive
I
lending as
think
well.
also the people will change from this petrol vehicle to electric vehicle again. The potential for your financing.
So yeah, right point picked up. So some of our colleagues who are discussing about ESG in earlier presentation. So now what banks are doing, if someone is going to buy an electric vehicle, they are offering additional concession in the rate of interest. So banks are already following that path. So they are on it. So there are a couple of benefits. One is from the government side. Let's say if you are buying an EV, there is no road tax in many of the states. Even if there is any tax in some of the state, is very less. So one is the benefit by the government. Second is even lenders who want to promote EV. So they are giving lower rate of interest as compared to ICE vehicles. So when I say ICE, petrol diesel vehicles.
So you are now you have 4 branches.
So we have 4 physical branches, but by leveraging tech, we are working across India. So not that we are serving only the
Suppose
customer.
someone wanted to take a loan, vehicle loan, he can approach.
Yeah, they can come to our platform and then it's a DIY kind of journey.
That's all.
Yeah, please. So it is still so in Bharat, I would still say diesel vehicles are in demand. They are not really moving towards EV as of now because of the infra. So buying an EV is easy. You'll get road tax discount. You'll get rate discount. But at the end, you need infra to charge it. So let's say if you don't have charging stations, so how you're gonna manage that vehicle? That's it. Yeah. So utility vehicles generally, if you're talking about sports utility vehicles, so generally they are used for commercial purposes. Yeah. So they are utilizing those vehicles for earning, whereas cars are for personal uses. So both have different use case. So both of the products are seeing good demand. I would say the traction in cars is more than as compared to commercial vehicles, but both of them are in demand. But at the end, both of them have a different use case. Yeah. So, but if you go to the north, it is different. It is not roti kapda makan. It is gadi kapda makan. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Good evening, sir. I am Astha Muna from first year. Sir, as you said, your startup built up in 1 year, and in 1 year you have 4 branches. So, what were the real life challenges that you faced, and how you worked on that? Give us a light on that.
So the biggest challenge which I faced was building a strong team. So whenever you are starting from the scratch, it is very difficult to attract good talent from the market. When I say good talent, experienced ones, because they are used to working in the bigger organizations. They are used to getting insurance policy, PF, annual benefits. So making them trust your brand, move from a well-established job to a startup, that was a big challenge. But once we get got going, the people came, and now we are a lean team, but we are 50 plus folks. So building the right team, hiring the right folks in the beginning was a challenge. Yeah. Sorry, sir, come again. Sir, I would say idea is yeah. Idea is definitely important, because but I would say in India everyone has its own unique idea. It's about implementation, how you implement your idea. No. Yeah. Yeah. See, if so, the challenge here currently is like people celebrate raising funds in India instead of building a profitable business. So it's a wrong trend. Like you would see people celebrating, okay, the startup has raised, let's say, $10 million, but at the end, whether that startup is actually making money or not, that matters. So I believe we should cherish the good ideas. We should cherish, even if it's a small business, but that's a profitable one. We should cherish that. So since I'm into service business, I'm not owning any inventory. Uh, for me, it's a bit easier. But yeah, if you are into different field, if you are into manufacturing, it would be a different story. Yeah. Yeah. So, yes, yes, and yeah, you are absolutely bang on. That's a challenge right now in India, and we are trying to solve that problem only for the customer. Because what is happening is, what is debt trap? So basically, debt trap is a customer who was eligible for a loan, let's say at 10% rate of interest from a bank, was couldn't get that loan because he had limited awareness. He didn't have those banking options, and he went to a local money lender, and though that local money lender charged him, let's say, 30% rate of interest, so that customer is getting into debt trap. To manage that interest, he'll further take loan, and that he would take at even higher rate of interest, so he's getting into a debt trap. So we are trying to solve that problem only.
Uh, Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vikrant from MMSBF second year. So, as we know, we have recent GST reforms now, and for this, I want to ask you that, like, what kind of risk you may be facing, and what are the solutions you are figuring out for this risk?
I would say we'll not face risk after these reforms. In fact, our business will go up. So there are a couple of fundamental reasons for that. One is the vehicles are going to get cheaper. So most of the vehicles, barring luxury cars, Merc, BMW, most of the vehicles would fall into a lower GST slab. So that would make vehicles more affordable, accessible for the public. And when more people are buying the vehicles, that would increase our finance penetration as well. So that's beneficial for us. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My
Yeah.
name is Prakhar Sathe. I'm from first year. I just wanted to ask that what was the process of implementing this product in such an unorganized sector like in tier 3? Like how did you market your product?
So first of all was we started with B2B model. We thought that okay, let's not directly go to the customer. Let's go to the dealers who are actually acquiring these customers, and let's build a very lean network initially. So firstly, we try to solve it for dealers. So basically the customer acquisition is happening at the point of dealer, and we are reaching out to the dealers that okay, your main business is to buy and sell vehicles and you need finance for it. We have 30 plus lenders. Why don't you pass on your leads to us and we'll get your customer loan done so that you can sell more. So first we cracked that piece. Now since we have cracked that B2B model, now we are moving to B2C model, because the margins are quite higher when you acquire customer directly, because you will not have to pay brokerage to your dealer or to the middleman. So now we are shifting to B2C model as well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. My name is Sanjana.
Yeah.
So my question is, what is the major source of profit, like for your business or your startup? What is the major source of profit, or on which basis do you earn profit?
So there are a couple of streams from where we earn. One is through our listing platform. So just like at Amazon, you go, you buy and sell, any product. Similarly, we have built a platform wherein dealer can buy and customers can buy and sell their vehicles. So we are charging for listing on our platform. That is one. Two, we are charging some amount from the banks, because we are giving customers to them. We are sourcing business for them. We are charging commission from our banking partners. Number three is we are also into insurance business, because insurance and loans, they go hand in hand. Because as per regulatory guidelines, insurance is mandatory for every vehicle to get loan. So we are also into insurance broking. So these are three main streams from where we earn.
So, sir, when you show us the your home screen, it's the car loan. Are you providing only the car loan, or you are also providing the loans for the farmers for the combiners or the things they are using? And additionally, also, what other gaps do you feel you can take in the rural areas of the tier 2, 3 city?
So as of now, except two-wheelers, we are into every product. When I say every product, like car, new car, used car, commercial vehicle, tractors, implements. So except two-wheelers, we are focusing on everything. And as of now, we have started listing for cars only, because we have seen that the traction for online buying of cars is way higher as compared to tractors and commercial vehicles. But we are on it. We are also planning to build platform for listing of commercial vehicle and tractors. But as of now, you can buy and sell online cars only. But we are giving finance for every product. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
It was an incredible session. Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom, and thank you to our moderator as well. I now request Devi sir to kindly present a memento to Sir Pankaj Bajaj as a token of our deep respect and heartfelt appreciation for his valuable presence with us today.
I now invite Tamanna to felicitate our moderator, Professor Devi Prasad Satpathy, as a token of appreciation for leading this engaging session. We are opening the floor for an interactive Q&A session. This is your chance to ask, engage, and exchange ideas with our leaders.
Good evening. My question is to Ms. Devi.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
that's my name.
you talked about increasing cost of capital as a disruptor, but recently TCS laid off 12,000 employees to counter the increasing cost of capital. So how would a CFO manage these two things? Because there was a lot of negative public response which would affect the market operations of the company. So how would a CFO balance both these things?
Well, I don't have an answer to that question directly, but cost of capital, yeah, human capital, you can say cost of human capital in this sense. I think what they probably, from what I know of whatever I've read in the newspaper, they probably failed to identify the incoming business, right? So they had overestimated some clients that they will pay them in the subsequent months. And I think what was happening in North America, because TCS has a very big presence in North America in terms of revenue generation, and a lot of my friends are already working there. So from what I've heard is because of the political climate there, a lot of the business did not come to them, which they had not planned, as a result of which they had to immediately downsize, because they would then not have been able to meet their operational costs. So it's a very long, I mean, you cannot really answer that like that directly without looking at what went behind. But from what I have known from my friends, this is what happened. That they failed to estimate, they failed to really see what the business was coming from.
Thank you.
If anybody else wants to answer in this panel.
Okay, so I don't know if you know that TCS hiring is a very, they hire a lot of people to put on the bench itself. You know that, right? So I think that probably had backfired because of the US tariff and with the adoption of AI within the company, right? So as a CFO, how they manage is, as a CFO, when you are estimating the total manpower cost, and you see that some projects are not coming to you as they are rightly pointed out, and they see that with by getting rid of this manpower, they can utilize AI to better utilize the cost of capital, right? They do it. Right? So this was, I think, the first time TCS has taken this step. But be prepared, a lot of companies are coming up with the steps in near future. Right. So that is why I tell everyone that adapt, adapt, and adapt. Thank you.
Rest of the students, you have in your opening remarks you have used a word that spiritual quotient in terms of a yes. So my question to that how finance will be linked to that? You are talking in that finance.
I was quoting from this book called College Pathways of Possibility. I would really encourage all of you to look that book up and try to read. So there is a paragraph in that says that your intelligences, your spiritual intelligence, your musical intelligence, your native intelligence, everything plays a role in how you shape up your personal brand. So we spoke about personal brand a lot today. So, in terms of finance, I could not say specifically that spiritual influence will play a role, but it will help you understand your business as a whole. Because a CFO is not just dealing with the finance folks in the team, he's dealing with sustainability, they are dealing with human resources, everybody, supplier, everyone, right? So, spirituality means how do you understand or how do you empathize with people? Because without empathizing, no matter how well known a CFO you are, you won't be able to guide your firm in the right direction. And I think one of my panelists today also showed that when you do a research for a company, right, you see if the board of directors are good, do they have a good human behavior score, so to say. I mean, recently we saw the Coldplay incident, right? I'm sure you would have known what happened. So the CEO had an oversight because of which the company shares tanked. So this kind of spiritualness is what I would assume Professor Shoikat Majumdar wanted to convey in his book. So yeah.
So, I think right now also, see the market, you see the RBI report. Here, I'm talking of investment prospect. I have a curiosity, why are we investing in stocks? It is saying that this, if you are buying a plot in 10 years back, this is no impossible to buy land in such a high. The RBI report. 20 years saving for buy land. I can stop. I can buy real estate. I can input the
So yeah, of course, like in India, like people usually used to invest in land, like property. Usually, like our parents, grandparents used to buy land, and not very small land, but of course in acres, in bigas. So they, used to buy even. Grandfather also bought a mango garden in like more than 50-acre mango garden. He purchased at that time, like 40 years back. Yeah, so that kind of like possibility was there, but now like to buying the land is not very cup of tea for everyone, because especially like salaried people, those who are working in corporates, who are like working professionals, so they have very less amount. And today, so if I talk about Gurgaon, talk about Noida, so like even a 2 BHK or 3 BHK flat, like it is more than 1.5 CR. So like no one has, the this kind of corpus. Of course, so you can, of course, come into the debt, right? But so it is, yeah, it is. It Yeah, it is. Yeah, like people are like lot of as lenders are available these days, and they are just tell you, okay, we are giving you a 60% or 80% of the loan amount, and you can easily go and buy the maybe flat or the land. But for the investment perspective or personal finance perspective, like it's not advisable just bring yourself into the debt trap very initial of your career. At least you should have some corpus, and like after like 5 years or maybe 1 decade of your journey, so that you should not be like into a debt trap, because a lot of people go for loans very easily, like BNPL concept, buy now pay later. So it is just targeting the Gen Z guys. So like I usually talk with Gen Z, so they what to do, even that they do travel and vacations as well on the debt, which is looks very lucrative. Ki, okay, I'm going exactly, but that's not advisable. Even like after like being in 5 years in corporates, I haven't purchased credit card or something. I usually go for the cash, or like I whatever I do. Like so, it's very interesting thing. So I make small goals and investment goals. So suppose if I want to go for a trip to Goa and it requires at least 30,000. So what I do? So I go for like 20 days or maybe 30 days of swing trading. Ki I need to earn this much of profit in 30 days to fund my that trip. So that how I do like investments and all. So small investment goals to fund my small desires or wants, you can say. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. 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 Exactly. That's the power of consistency, and it's a yeah power of like making a habit of investments. Even one I so a few days back I took a call one. So the guy was earning almost 3 lakhs per month as a software engineer, but he only invests 30,000 per month in SIPs, and like more than 20 SIPs he started. कोई 100 रुपए की, कोई 500 रुपए की, कोई 400 रुपए की. So these kind of SIP he was doing. So I told, why are you doing this? So first I bring into at least like 6 SIPs. Try go for the 6 SIPs and try to invest as much as amount you can in your initial career, because you don't have lot of responsibilities as of now. So the more amount you can save or invest now, the more corpus you can build up, and your of course the fire amount you will reach soon. So that's the how you can start your wealth creation journey.
Sir, I have a question. So I have a question from Pankaj sir. Uh, Firstly, myself, Sonia Churaria from MMSBF second year branch. And my question to you, sir, what according to you think is the future of finance? Is it more for a niche market or a established market? So what do you think about
Okay,
it?
can you please explain niche market?
So niche market, the new generations or the new startups, is it the market going to boom for that sector or the already established sector?
I think new venues will come up. Definitely, there will be a lot more development in niche markets. There will be a lot more personalized offerings. For example, there will be tailor-made finance products for students. Earlier, you were only eligible for education loan, but now you get credit cards from companies like Slice. They are also giving credit cards to students. So there will be a lot more niche focused products, personalized products, because the theory that one size fits all is not going to be relevant in future. Thank you.
And just to add to what Pankaj said, the traditional sectors will always be there, right? They can't vanish overnight. There will be a scope for niche markets and new markets in the coming future, because as technology grows and as the innovation grows, the demand also grows. So demand for new products, demand for new needs will come up and the niche sector will grow. But traditional, players will always be there.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Vikrant Barik, and my question is for Diya ma'am. A few months back, I have heard something about carbon markets are going to open in India, and in the discussion also we are discussing with Siddhant sir about this carbon footprint thing. So I want to ask you, like, can you brief about this new concept and how it will help us as a finance graduate for get the opportunity or something like that?
So it's called carbon trading scheme, wherein what happens is if I'm company A and you are company B, and I am emitting a lot of carbon footprint, right? And in order to neutralize or balance my carbon footprint, I am buying carbon credits from you. So you are the one who is a carbon neutral company. Your footprint is very low. So you're selling me your surplus positive carbon footprint, and I am showing that to balance my negative footprint. So it's called a carbon trading scheme. And this is, I don't think it has been implemented yet. In Europe, it was quite popular, and it used to trade in the open market as well. But it's a very interesting area, and in sustainability specifically, this is one of the core domains I feel. So yeah, it's a good area to be learning more about, I feel. Good question.
Good noon, everyone. My name is Shruti Nautiyal from Junior Batch. My question is from whole panel that what would be that one thing or one skill set or a piece of wisdom that you wish you knew in the beginning of your career that you would like to share with us so that we can learn from you.
Start first. So my entire career was not planned. I started with finance. I moved into sustainability. Now I'm into finance again. So I think the main thing that stood for me, in addition to my education, was my personal branding that all of these people have been talking about. You have to create that one niche, unique selling point in yourself that will stand out no matter where the economy heads, right? For me, it was empathy, being able to network, being able to speak well, that held for me, and the constant desire to learn even if you don't know something. So I think one of, Accenture CEO Julie Sweet recently said in 2014, when she was coming out of breast cancer, she was just been diagnosed. The then CEO told her, I see you in my seat in the next 5 years. And she said to herself, she didn't ask him, are you sure? She said, sure, I can do it. So if somebody shows that kind of, understand that you can do it, you should never say no and just learn to take challenges. That's how I have grown. I have never said no to a single thing in my career, even if I was doubtful. I just went ahead and then proved them wrong. I hope my co-panelists feel the same way.
So my journey was also the roller coaster. So I studied PCM till graduation. Then I switched into finance in my MBA. So I learned about like what is finance and what is equity, what is asset. So all things I learned in MBA itself. So I created a curiosity where in myself to learn about finance, to learn about market, how stock market works, how businesses works, how they run, how they work, and what is a stock, how they perform. So these kind of curiosity I built in myself, and of course the consistency that I really say the consistency I built. So whatever you do in anything, like whether if you are doing a job, if you are doing a study, so consistency really helps you. So sometimes, like said very rightly, ki consistency beats the talent. So like doesn't matter whether you are from IIM, whether you are from IITs, whether you are from any like tier 2 or 3 college, but if you build a consistency in yourself, so definitely it will help you in long term. So whether you are going to be a creator or a founder or maybe someone else, so if you do things with consistency, consistency comes with doing boring things with on daily basis. Like even if you are not in a mood to do that, but do it. So it's called consistency. कि अगर आपका आज मूड भी नहीं कर रहा, जिम जाने का मूड नहीं कर रहा या कंटेंट लिखने का मन नहीं कर रहा, but you are doing, so that's the kind of discipline you should build in yourself, and it will definitely pays you in long. Yeah.
So I'm really, embarrassed saying this in front of you. But one thing which I believe I didn't have when I started my career was maturity, right? So maturity to accept that everything will not work in your favor. Maturity to accept that, there will be times when you will be told to do something and you have some other things lined up maybe in your personal life, right? So develop that maturity. That is very important because in the initial days of your career, if you start saying no or start judging the other person to the extent कि अपने बॉस को आप बोल रहे हो कि यार तुम्हें मेरी सिचुएशन समझ नहीं आ रही, you don't understand my situation. But believe me, no boss wants your subordinates to not succeed. They are preparing you for the worst. They're preparing you for the best as well, right? So develop that kind of maturity, and believe me, this is one single factor which will take you to great heights.
Thanks. Again, I would say consistency is going to be the key in long term. Always remember that life is a marathon and not a sprint. And I would also say that you should keep evolving because what got you here will not take you there. Trends are changing, things are changing. I can, give you real life examples. Some of the brightest folks, some of my colleagues in my MBA days, I know they were topper of the batch. I would not like to name them. But today, I would say they are struggling in life. Probably they were doing pretty good, 15 years back, but today they are struggling due to XYZ reason. But I also see some of my colleagues who were, average students in my MBA days, and now they are teaching as professors in IIMs. So the difference which I see between them was those who were average with time, they kept evolving, they stood consistent, they kept up with the trends. And those who were toppers of the batch, they became complacent. They thought that, okay, we are the topper of the batch and life will be, always good for us. So, they didn't change with time. So I would say stay consistent and keep evolving with time. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yashasvi Sharma. I'm from the first year batch. So my question is, in this ever-changing world, new participants and innovation are coming every day. So how can we intact customer loyalty from the viewpoint of producer? From the viewpoint of producer, we want to ensure customer loyalty, at least intact for a producer. Who wants to
See, from a customer's point of view, right? None of the customers are loyal if you're not providing them good service. Okay. So customer loyalty is a big myth in a corporate world. So if HUL comes to you and say that say we have 1 million loyal customers for the last 10 years, right? Just look at the return rate. So new customers might get added, but with the, you know, if अगर HUL कस्टमर्स लॉयल होते ना तो आज के दिन जितने भी इन्हें स्टार्टअप्स आए नाइका डॉट एंड की विश के ये लोग ना आते फेल हो जाते हैं ठीक है तो कस्टमर लॉयल्टी बोले कुछ नहीं होता देयर इज नथिंग कॉल्ड कस्टमर लॉयल्टी so if the customer is getting good service good product he is loyal to you the day he starts the stops when he stops getting these things service and good quality they are out of your portfolio so that is why new startups coming right new startups are focusing more on quality and more on customer service right why अब एक ट्रांजेक्शन बैंक भी करता है फिनटेक भी करता है बट फिनटेक के पास कस्टमर ज्यादा क्यों है इसलिए क्योंकि बैंक का वो सर्विस नहीं दे पा रहा है करेक्ट तो कस्टमर लॉयल्टी बोले कुछ नहीं होती है कस्टमर सर्विस होती है जो ऑब्वियसली कंपनी को देनी है अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए अपने कस्टमर्स को जब तक वो दे रहा है तब तक कस्टमर है वो नहीं दे रहा तो कस्टमर भी नहीं तो कस्टमर लॉयल्टी बोले कुछ नहीं होता है समित
As sir mentioned rightly, कि customer loyalty is a myth, but of course you can increase the customer with your product and services. Like you must have seen Colgate, HUL, ITC. They keep changing their packaging. Why they keep changing packaging? To engage the customer, to come up with some new concepts, new new design, new new way of showing the product. So that's why they keep engaging with their marketing, keep engaging with their new product quality. So that's how they they keep engaged with customers. So they can say ki we have the like 1 million or maybe 2 million the customers, loyal customer, but that's not the loyal customer, but you can say engaged customer, those who like keep engaged with their product and services. So you have to cope up with the market. Like everyone has today to like cope up with the market. Like whether you are an employee, whether you are an investor, whether you are a company founders, because you have to see what's trending in the market, what's new things are going to implement in the market. Like lot of brands and companies, organizations implement AI in their organizations, but many of them didn't implement the AI. So they like failed just because they could not cope up with the market and the new trends. So you have to come up with the new concepts, new packaging, not only the for the products, but of course the services that you are producing for the end consumers. So keep trying to that's the way to engage with the customer, to make the customer more engaging, and of course your organization making more profitable.
So my question is for Rohit sir. So you said that for surviving in current market, we should learn different languages like SQL, Python. But as we know that after AI came, mostly employees of the tech market only lost their jobs. Like TCS also losses 12,000 employees. They are also the tech employees. So what's your take on it?
मैं आपको पाइथन और एसक्यूएल अपने सपोर्ट के सीखने के लिए कह रहा हूँ मैं आपको प्रोग्रामिंग करने के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूँ राइट दैट यू कैनॉट डू राइट व्हाई आई एम सेइंग बिकॉज देयर आर सर्टेन software which are built in such a way that to extract data from them you need to code something maybe in Python because उसका backend Python पे बना हुआ है या उसका कोई वो SQL queries के through generate होता है so you just need to learn how to extract data उतना आपको आना चाहिए ठीक है और पूरा Python सीख के करना तो पूरा इंजीनियरिंग कर लो ना यार उसमें क्या है अगर आप फाइनेंस में है तो वापस बैठ के पूरा कोडिंग नहीं सीखोगे ना तो जस्ट लर्न इतना कि बस आप उसमें से एक्सट्रैक्ट करने का कैपेबिलिटी रखो सो दैट someone else doesn't have to come and teach you all those things ठीक है
Macro. I think these are basic SQL skills, are basic skills. The minute you go for a campus placement or any kind of, at least you can tell them that I know this basic data because data is king, right? Anything you can learn to extract data to make insights from it is will always be in your favor. So yeah.
Why is it important? I'll tell you again. Ki suppose there's a software you're using and the software generates output based on a certain format, right? अब आपको फॉर्मेट में डेटा नहीं चाहिए या उस फॉर्मेट ऑफ डेटा में से कुछ डेटा आपको अलग से चाहिए अपने फॉर्मेट में बट दैट डेटा इज नॉट प्रीफिल्ड सो यू नीड टू जस्ट go to the back end of the data put some code कि भाई मेरे को ये डेटा चाहिए ये कॉलम में चाहिए इस फॉर्मेट में चाहिए then that will give you that data. So अगर आपको कस्टमाइजेशन करना है ना then you need to code otherwise अगर आपको बेसिक डेटा से काम कर रहा है तो हो रहा है ना. So बहुत जगह पे क्या होता है कि when you are working in large ERP environment we need to get some data in some different format apart from what ERP is giving. So then we use these codes, right? या Excel में मेरे को अगर कुछ automate करना है task को तो macro से नहीं हो रहा है then I go to VBA Excel and then I code, right? So it's just required to for some complex tasks, right? And nowadays softwares are built in such a way कि आपको कुछ भी ना predefined format में नहीं मिलता है. So it's like कि extract what you want. So they will give you access to the database and there will be a platform where you can write a code to extract the data from the database and that's how you get the data in the format you want, right? So इसीलिए मतलब ये emerging ऐसे ही हो रहा है आजकल जितने भी सॉफ्टवेयर से बनते हैं वैसे ही बन रहा है.
Good evening, sir. My question is for Rohit Gupta, sir. Like you said that a company deals in let the startups raise valuation or funds for their uh, things. So I just want to ask that what happens if a startup is undervalued? Like a lot of potential funds will be left on the table. So what does a company do in such a case?
होता है ये चीज बहुत बार होता है कि कंपनीज अंडरवैल्यूड राइट सो व्हाई डज इट हैपन यू टू अंडरस्टैंड नंबर वन इज founder's perspective. So if there's a rock solid idea, but you're not able to explain it to the founder, to the investor, then you're undervalued. Next, you have a great product, but you don't have a good team to launch it, then you are undervalued. You have a great product, you launched it in the market with full ekdam drama karke, but your product is not getting traction. Well, people are not accepting it. So no matter how good the product is in your eyes, but if the customers are not accepting it, you will be undervalued. So there will be a lot of factors which will be attributable to undervaluation of a company.
Hello, good evening everyone. Good evening. My question is for everyone. So my name is Abhiyesh. I am from the junior batch itself. So there's always a question in India for the culture of the company. Like for the there's a difference between the culture of startup and the culture of MNCs companies. So how do we define or how do you differentiate a culture of a startup and a culture of a MNC company or like big companies?
See, कंपनी का कल्चर बोल के कुछ नहीं होता है, ठीक है. इट्स ऑल अबाउट योर मैनेजर्स, राइट. सो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मिथ है कि कंपनी का कल्चर खराब है या कंपनी का कल्चर अच्छा है. कंपनी तो एक पर्सन ही नहीं है कोई, इट्स एन आर्टिफिशियल एंटिटी, राइट. सो इट्स अबाउट द पर्सन यू आर वर्किंग विद. हाँ, ये होता है कि जो एमएनसी में व्हेन यू वर्किंग इन एन एमएनसी द पीपल आर वेरी पॉलिश्ड, राइट, बिकॉज दे आर एक्सपोज टू मल्टीनेशनल एनवायरनमेंट, यू आर एक्सपोज टू वर्किंग विद पीपल ऑफ मल्टीपल पर्सनैलिटीज, ठीक है. तो दे आर दैट वे. सो आपको गाली भी देगा ना तो बहुत प्यार से देगा. But when you work startup, there's chaos everywhere, right? They are chasing for everything. They want to raise funds, they want to, product, they want to customer. So there's a lot of things going on. तो वो जो भी कल्चर बिल्ड होता है ना, तो उसकी वजह से बिल्ड होता है, ठीक है. सो देयर ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि स्टार्टअप में कल्चर अच्छे नहीं होता है. वर्क विद स्टार्टअप दे हैड नॉर्मल गुड कल्चर, अनलिमिटेड लीव्स सब कुछ था. बट जब काम होता था ना तब गाली भी पड़ती थी, ठीक है. तो कल्चर को आप एक शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रॉमा से रिलेट नहीं कर सकते हो. यू हैव टू सी दी होल स्टोरी बिहाइंड इट.
So in India, like I was discussing with the faculty as well. So in India, like there is two type of generation is coming and joining the corporate. So one is very hustler kind of, like they ready to hustle, they're ready to do whatever they have been asked to do, so they can do. And there is one category that want some flexible workplace culture or the work quality work they want. So sometimes you have to decide ki what kind of work culture, what kind of workplace you want. So you may be a hustler, you want like you can do work for 16 hours a day. So that's completely depends on you. So in many organizations, like sir mentioned, like big brands, like so there's multiple teams, lot of teams are there. So in Barclays, if I talk about, so my team was like wholesale credit risk team. So we are like my manager, uh, it's not used to be very good for me. Maybe for someone else, he was good. So that kind of like experience I got in my initial corporate career. Then I decided, okay, that kind of culture I don't want for next like 20 or 30 years. So I decided. So one thing I was very clear ki I don't want to work in that way. I have to design my journey of my career in a way like I got flexible hours. Yeah, I'm ready to hustle. I'm ready to work on myself, my personal brand, my career, my everything, my wealth creation. But I will do what I like to do. So like as someone said, do what you like and get paid. So you have to decide at the end.
Just add up to it, you have to set your own boundaries. So I'm a millennial born in the mid 80s. I work with Gen Zs who are 22, 23. I work with seniors who are in their 50s, late 50s. I work with people in their 20s. So it's very difficult to manage expectations from all these groups of people. But what I applaud in a Gen Z is the way they always safeguard their personal boundary. So if you were to work with in my company tomorrow with me, let's say for example, and if you tell me, Dia, I cannot do this work after 8 o'clock, or can I finish it tomorrow, I'll respect you more rather than the fact that you are trying to please me. So for me, what has worked is to learn to say no, even if it's the MD. I have I have said no to MDs so many times. So respect your personal boundary. The other person will invariably respect you, and that's how you create a culture that you're talking about.
So, say, earlier there used to be a huge difference in culture if we compare startups with big companies. But I would say that there is not so much difference now because we thought that TCS would fire so many employees, and TCS was considered to be like a government company that they never fire anyone. So I would say the culture is shifting. It's performance driven culture now. Startups clearly they have a high performance, high reward. If you are performing well, you'll be rewarded. If you're not doing good, you'll be seen the exit door. I would say the corporates are also following the same suit. So I would say there is not going to be much difference going forward. It's going to be performance driven culture everywhere.
देखो यार, 100 बात की एक बात है, अगर काम अच्छा करोगे सब प्यार करेंगे, ठीक है, और काम अच्छा नहीं करोगे तो माँ बाप भी लात मार के निकाल देंगे, ठीक है ना। तो ये सब कल्चर वल्चर भूल जाओ, अपने काम पे फोकस करो, कोई तुम्हें टच भी नहीं कर पाएगा।
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Anant from second year. So my nowadays we all talk about like today's topic as well, like finance, technology, and growth. These all go hand in hand. But I want to ask, like, what is the biggest misconception that, from your experience, if you can tell, that we as a youth feel? What is the biggest misconception when we talk about finance, technology, and growth going hand in hand?
What do you want to ask? What is the misconception you as a Gen Zs are feeling?
Yes.
तो वो तो तुम बताओगे ना?
No, but
Okay.
from your experience.
So what I feel what I have seen in Gen Zs nowadays when I work with them is they don't want to adapt to things. They want to go their own way. They don't want to do a lot of hard work. And they want to do some copy paste things कि भाई 40-50 हजार रुपए महीने के मिले और घर जाए, एक बियर पिए सैटरडे संडे को, और बॉस फोन करता रहे उधर, ठीक है चलो देखेंगे उसको, मंडे देखेंगे, फ्राइडे को मेल किया, मंडे देखेंगे, ज्यादा बोलेगा जॉब छोड़ेगा, दूसरी कंपनी तो है ही, ठीक है। तो दिस इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग in most of the startups right now, wherein a lot of new engineers are coming up, right? But let me tell you one thing: I've seen Gen Zs who are more hardworking than the millennials as well, right? So it's not a general statement, but yes, again it depends on your attitude. ठीक है, आज अगर फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी को आप ग्रोथ पार्ट बोल रहे हो ना, तो मेरे को लगता है कि जो नेक्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ ग्रोथ है वो जेन जी तो लिखेंगे ना, करेक्ट। फ्यूचर में तो हम तो बुढ़े हो जाएंगे 10 साल के बाद, तो कौन कराएगा? तो जेन जी आगे जाके बढ़ेंगे, ठीक है। तो वन पीस ऑफ एडवाइस विच अगेन आई विल रिपीट माई सेल्फ, मैच्योरिटी लेके आओ, अडेप्टेबिलिटी लेके आओ, नहीं तो ब्रोकन अंडा बन जाओ, ठीक है। तो यही है। अब ये तुम्हारा आंसर क्वेश्चन कर रहा है क्या? चलो, थैंक यू।
Thank you all for those fantastic questions and equally insightful answers. That truly made the session more meaningful. To officially close this enriching afternoon, I now invite our Career Advisory Services Coordinator, Sanjana Oza, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we have come to the end of our session for FinXpo 3.0, our annual business conclave, it is my privilege to express our deepest gratitude to all of you for joining us today. First and foremost, I wish to express gratitude to our distinguished speakers, Ms. Diya Sen Gupta, Mr. Pankaj Bajaj, Mr. Prateek Gupta, Mr. Rohit Gupta, and Mr. Siddhant Garg. Each of you has brought in a unique perspective shaped by your vast experiences in the financial ecosystem. A sincere Appreciation also goes to our moderators, Professor Ankit Biswal sir and Professor Devi Prasad sir, who steer the sessions with precision. We would also like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Father K. S. Kasimir, S.J., Registrar, Father S. Anthony Raj, S.J., our CFO, Father R.K. Das V. S.J., for the guidance and support which enabled us to successfully host this conclave. I would also like to now thank Professor Savita Mohanty, Associate Dean, Career Advisory Services, Professor P.K. Mohanty, Dean, School of Commerce, Professor Vijaya Bhatt, Faculty Coordinator, Career Advisory Services, and Ms. Sarita Das, Ma'am, Officer, Career Advisory Services. We also acknowledge the role of Professor Ashok Kumar Mishra, Associate Dean, School of Commerce, and at the School of Commerce faculties, whose contribution added a significant value to this conclave. Our gratitude further extends to Team Illuminatics for their tireless efforts in documenting this event. Above all, I wish to thank the students and participants whose active participation throughout the sessions had added immense value to the conclave and contributed to its success. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the relentless efforts of entire MMSPF Career Advisory Services team. Thank you all for your time, insights, and presence. Now, we request all of the leaders to proceed to the dining area for the high tea break, and students are requested to stay back. Thank you. Okay, everyone ready? All right. With the cameras. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.